Hello, detectives, and welcome to our audiobook haven, where mysteries come to life. Today, we're whisking you away to the picturesque Cotswolds for Agatha Raisin and the Case of the Curious Curate by M.C.Beaton. Can Agatha Raisin, our fearless amateur sleuth, outsmart a cunning murderer hiding behind a village's idyllic facade? As bodies pile up and secrets unravel, will her relentless curiosity save the day or lead her into a deadly trap? Subscribe now, tap the notification bell, and join us for a roller coaster of suspense humor and unexpected revelations. Buckle up, the mystery begins now. Chapter 1: A Restless Heart in Carsely. Agatha Raisin sat in her cozy cottage in the Cotswolds village of Carsely, staring glumly at the world beyond her window. Life, she felt, had lost its spark. Nothing stirred her anymore. Not the chirping of birds in her garden, not the gossip swirling through the village, not even the prospect of a new mystery to unravel. Her heart, bruised by rejection, weighed heavily. She had written to a French monastery, hoping for news of her ex-husband James Lacey, whom she believed was taking holy orders. But the reply arriving a month later was a cold splash of reality. James had been there, promised to return, and then vanished. No word? No trace? Agatha's mind churned with bitter thoughts. James hadn't wanted a monastery. He'd wanted freedom from her. The divorce, she now suspected, was just his escape hatch, swearing off men forever. Agatha had rebuffed her neighbor John Armitage, a handsome detective novelist who'd once propositioned her. His offer, devoid of love or admiration, had stung her pride. Now their interactions were limited to polite chats in the village, and even those had dwindled since she'd declined his dinner invitations. John, it seemed, had given up. And so the news of a new curate arriving to assist Vicar Alf Blocksby barely registered in Agatha's weary mind. The village buzzed with anticipation, but Agatha remained unmoved. Her routine dragged on. She attended church, not out of spiritual fervor, but out of loyalty to her friend, Mrs. Blocksby, the vicar's kind-hearted wife. She also showed up at the Carsely Ladies' Society meetings, a duty born of friendship rather than enthusiasm. On a warm August evening, Agatha trudged to the vicarage for one such meeting, her appearance a stark departure from her usual flair. No makeup adorned her face, and she wore a loose cotton dress, paired with sensible flat sandals, a reflection of her lackluster mood. The meeting unfolded in the vicarage garden, where the women sipped tea and nibbled cakes. Miss Sims, the society secretary, read the minutes of the last meeting, her stiletto heels sinking comically into the grass as Agatha watched distracted Mrs. Blocksby, recently elected chairwoman, a title insisted upon in Carsely, where modern terms like chairperson were shunned, addressed the group with her usual warmth. As you know, ladies, our new curate, Tristan Delon, arrives next week. I'm sure we'll all give him a warm welcome. We're hosting a reception here the following Wednesday, and everyone in Carsely is invited. Miss Julep, a thin, middle-aged woman with protruding eyes and a lisping voice, raised a concern. Won't that be rather a crush? She asked, and her tone skeptical. Agatha, barely listening, thought unkindly that Miss Julep resembled a rabbit afflicted with myxomatosis. Mrs. Blocksby, ever diplomatic, admitted ruefully, I don't expect too much interest. Church attendance isn't what it used to be. Agatha, cynical as ever, mused that free food and drink would likely draw a crowd regardless. She considered speaking up, but was overtaken by a wave of exhaustion. It didn't matter. She wouldn't attend the reception anyway. Her thoughts drifted to her recent freelance job in London, promoting a new soap called Mystic Health, supposedly infused with Chinese herbs. Agatha had argued the name was a misstep. People wanted pampering soap, not healthy soap, but the manufacturers were stubborn. The launch party loomed, and she planned to return to London for a week of shopping afterward. As she boarded the train at Paddington Station, London felt dusty, noisy, and strangely threatening. The city, once a source of excitement, now seemed alien. The soap launch was a chore, and Agatha felt out of place in the glitzy world she'd once navigated with ease. But as she drove home from Morton in Marsh Station, the familiar Cotswolds landscape began to lift her spirits. The rolling hills, bathed in golden light, whispered of peace. She decided to visit Mrs. Blocksby, craving the soothing calm of the vicarage garden. Mrs. Blocksby welcomed her warmly, ushering her into the garden with a tray of tea. "Come in, Mrs. Raisin," she said, adhering to the formal address they used. Despite their friendship, a nod to the Ladies' Society's old-fashioned traditions. "Isn't it hot?" she added, brushing a damp strand of gray hair from her face over tea. Agatha regaled her friend with exaggerated tales of her London exploits, her mood brightening. Finally she asked, "How's the new curate?" Mrs. Blocksby's eyes twinkled. "Getting along splendidly. Poor Alf's laid low with a summer cold, so Mr. Delon has been taking the services." She giggled, a rare sound. Last Sunday there was standing room only in the church. Women came from miles around. Agatha raised an eyebrow. "Is he such a good preacher?" "It's not that," Mrs. Blocksby said, passing the milk and sugar. "I think it's because he's so very beautiful." "Beautiful?" Agatha echoed, intrigued. "A beautiful curate? Is he gay?" Mrs. Blocksby chuckled. "Why assume a beautiful young man must be gay?" "Because they usually are," Agatha replied gloomily. "Is he?" "I don't think so. He's very charming." "You should come to church this Sunday and see for yourself." "I might," Agatha said, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing else to do around here." "I hate when you get bored," Mrs. Blocksby said, her tone anxious. "Every time you do, a murder seems to happen nearby." "Murders happen everywhere," Agatha scoffed. "I'm not interested in them. That last case nearly got me killed." She paused, remembering a letter from Detective Inspector Brudge in Worcester, suggesting she start a detective agency. The idea of investigating divorces or petty office thefts held no appeal. "Where's this curate living?" she asked, changing the subject. "We found him a room with Mrs. Feathers opposite the church," Mrs. Blocksby replied. "We offered to house him here, but he wouldn't hear of it. Says he's comfortably off with a small income from a family trust." Agatha rose to leave. "I'd better get back to my cats. I think they prefer Doris Simpson to me." "Doris, her cleaner, cared for her cats? Hodge and Boswell when she was away? So you'll come to church on Sunday?" Mrs. Blocksby asked, her eyes searching. "I'm curious to see what you make of our curate," Agatha said, her bear-like eyes sharpening. "You have reservations about him." "I feel he's too good to be true," Mrs. Blocksby admitted. "I shouldn't say so. We're lucky to have him. Though, truth be told, I think Alf's a bit jealous of the crowds he's drawing. Must be tough to be a vicar, expected to act like a saint," Agatha said. "All right, I'll be there, back at her cottage." Agatha flung open the windows and kitchen door, letting in the warm summer air. Her cats tumbled into the garden, rolling happily on the grass. "They don't even miss me," she thought, watching them. Doris's care was enough for them. The doorbell rang, and she opened it to find John Armitage, his fair hair catching the sunlight, his green eyes bright. "Just came to welcome you back," he said. "Thanks," Agatha replied curtly. "You may as well come in for a drink." She was always struck by how youthful he looked, despite being her age. It annoyed her, as did the memory of his casual proposition, assuming she'd be an easy conquest. They carried their drinks to the garden where the chairs were dusted with summer pollen. "What's been going on?" Agatha asked. "Riding and walking," John said. "I'm tired of all the women babbling about the new curate." "Is he wonderful?" Agatha asked, half-mocking, "Smarmy bastard." John muttered. "You're just cross because you're no longer the village heartthrob," she teased. "Could be," he admitted. "Haven't you seen him?" "No time. I'm going to church Sunday to have a look. Let me know what you think. There's something wrong there, like what? Can't put my finger on it?" "He doesn't seem real." "Neither do you," Agatha shot back rudely. "You're 53 yet. Your skin's smooth and tanned. There's something robotic about you." John's eyes narrowed. I apologized for that pass. You haven't forgiven me, obviously. Yes, I have, Agatha lied. It's just, you never show emotion. You don't have small talk. I can't think of anything smaller than gossiping about a new curate, he countered. Ever try accepting people as they are instead of what you want them to be? Agatha bristled. She wanted a substitute for James. Someone romantic, but John's pragmatic demeanor irritated her. Is it possible we could be friends, he asked. Yes. All right, she said, though ungraciously. She nearly added that she had plenty of friends, but stopped remembering her lonely London days before Carsely. In that case, have lunch with me after church on Sunday, John said. Right. Agatha agreed. Sunday morning, Agatha and John arrived at the church 5 minutes before the service, only to find every pew packed. They stood at the back, the tenor bell falling silent overhead. A rustle of anticipation swept through the congregation as Tristan Delon stepped to the altar. Agatha peered around a woman's large hat and gasped. The curate was breathtaking. Golden curls catching a shaft of sunlight, pale skin glowing large blue eyes, serene and a perfect mouth. He was tall, about 6 feet, with an angelic yet masculine presence. Agatha sang the opening hymn mechanically, her eyes fixed on Tristan. His sermon, delivered in a well-modulated voice, was about loving thy neighbor. She listened raptly, though she'd normally dismiss such sentiments as mawkish. At the service's end, the crowd surged to the porch, eager to speak to the curate. When Agatha's turn came, Tristan held her hand firmly, his blue eyes locking onto hers. Beautiful sermon, she gushed. He smiled warmly. I'm glad you could come. Do you live far, or are you from the village, Lilac? Lane last cottage, Agatha said. Flustered John coughed impatiently behind her, and she moved on reluctantly. Isn't he incredible, she exclaimed as they walked to the Red Lion pub for lunch. Was John's only reply. Over lunch, Agatha rambled on. I've never seen such a beautiful man. Tall too, 6 feet? Wouldn't you say? There's something not right about him, John said. It wasn't a sparkling sermon. You're just jealous, Agatha snapped. Believe it or not. I'm not, John said coolly. I'd have thought you, of all people, wouldn't fall for a man just because of his looks, like all those silly women. Let's talk about something else, Agatha said sulkily. John discussed his new book, but Agatha's mind wandered, plotting ways to see Tristan alone. Could she ask for spiritual guidance? No, Mrs. Bloxby would see through that dinner perhaps. But surely, every woman in Carsely and beyond was vying for his attention? John's voice broke through. Don't you think so? Think what? Agatha blinked. You haven't listened to a word I've said, he said, exasperated. I think I'll write a book called Death of a Curate. I've got a headache. Agatha lied. That's why I wasn't listening. After lunch, she was glad to part ways with John, retreating to her cottage to indulge in vivid daydreams of Tristan. She longed to visit Mrs. Bloxby, but knew Sundays were busy. For the vicar's wife, Monday morning she hurried to the vicarage, only to find Alf alone. My wife's out on her rounds, he said curtly. I went to church Sunday, Agatha said. Never seen such a large congregation. Oh, really? Alf's tone was icy. I hope it's still large when I resume my duties next Sunday. He closed the door gently but firmly. Agatha seethed with frustration. Across the road, Mrs. Feather's cottage beckoned Tristan's lodging, but she had no excuse to call on him. As she turned away, Mrs. Bloxby appeared, and Agatha hailed her with relief. Want to see me? Mrs. Bloxby smiled. Come inside, I'll put the kettle on. As they entered, Alf's voice rang from his study. That awful woman's just called Mrs. Bloxby darted into the study, emerging moments later, pink-faced. Poor Alf, some gypsy woman's been pestering him to buy white heather. He's touchy with the heat. I'll make coffee in the garden. Agatha lit a cigarette, then remembered she'd quit. You forget I've given up smoking, she said. That hypnotist worked cigarettes. Taste like burning rubber. Mrs. Bloxby set down the coffee. This dreadful heat makes everyone crotchety. You were at church Sunday. Did you enjoy it? Very impressed with the curate, Agatha said. Mrs. Bloxby's eyes twinkled. Did you see anything past his extraordinary good looks? He seems charming, Agatha said defensively. You don't like him because he's filling the church in a way? Alf never could. When have I ever been petty? Mrs. Raisin, Mrs. Bloxby said gently. Sorry, Agatha muttered. He's a fine preacher, isn't he, Mrs. Bloxby? Prompted Agatha, reddened, unable to recall the sermon's content under Mrs. Bloxby's mild gaze. Beauty is dangerous, Mrs. Bloxby said softly. It can slow character formation as people credit the beautiful with virtues they don't possess. You really don't like him, Agatha said. I don't know him, Mrs. Bloxby replied. Let's leave it at that. Restless and discontented, Agatha returned home. She began wearing makeup again, donning elegant clothes, determined not to let her encounters with Tristan be limited to brief Sunday chats. The doorbell rang, and she checked her appearance before opening it. Miss Sims stood there dressed in a tube top and tiny skirt, her bare legs enviable in the heat. Come in, Agatha said, glad for the diversion. Isn't he gorgeous? Miss Sims gushed, collapsing onto a kitchen chair. I saw you in church. The curate? He's something to look at, Agatha agreed. More than that. Miss Sims breathed. He's got the gift. What gift? Speaking in tongues. No healing. I had this terrible back pain, and I told him about it in the village. He took me to his place, laid his hands on my back, and I felt a surge of heat. The pain was gone just like that. Agatha's jealousy flared. I bet you felt heat, she thought sourly. Just then, Doris Simpson, her cleaner, clattered down the stairs with the vacuum cleaner. I'm off to do the sitting room. Then I'll be off, she said. We were talking about the new curate, Miss Sims said him. Doris snorted. Slimy bastard. Come back here, Agatha shouted as Doris retreated. Doris stood in the doorway, arms folded. Why'd you call Tristan a slimy bastard? Agatha demanded. I don't know, Doris said, scratching her gray hair. Something about him gives me the creeps. But you don't know him, Agatha protested. Just an impression, Doris said, retreating. What does she know? Miss Sims grumbled. She's only a cleaner. Forgetting her own occasional cleaning jobs, she added. What's his place like? Mrs. Feather's cottage is dark, but he's brightened his room with pictures and throw rugs, Miss Sims said. He doesn't have a kitchen, but Mrs. Feathers cooks for him. Lucky Mrs. Feathers, Agatha said, her mind racing. I was wondering if there's any chance of a date. He's a man of the cloth, Agatha said, severely masking her envy. He's not Catholic. Miss Sims giggled. He can date same as anybody. What about your gentleman friend and bathroom fittings? He wouldn't have to know, Miss Sims said slyly. Anyway, he's married Agatha. Usually pushy, felt outclassed. Tristan was young, perhaps 30-something, while Miss Sims was in her late 20s. After Miss Sims left, Agatha paced nervously. Opening a kitchen drawer, she found a packet of cigarettes. She lit one. Savoring the taste, the hypnotist's curse had faded. Clinging to the table through a wave of dizziness, she silenced her inner voice, nagging about her health. The doorbell rang again, expecting another woman gloating about Tristan. Agatha opened it to find the curate himself, smiling in a blue shirt and chinos. Mr. Delon, she said weakly. How nice. Call me Tristan, he said. I noticed you at church and heard you used to live in London. I'm still a city boy, out of my depth in the country. This is last minute, but are you free for dinner tonight? Yes, that'd be lovely, Agatha said, wishing she'd worn more makeup. At my place, if that's all right. 8 o'clock, fine, she said. On my rounds now, he said, waving as he left. Agatha's knees trembled as she retreated to the kitchen. Remember your age, her inner voice snarled. Ignoring it, she lit another cigarette, planning her outfit. No more sensible clothes, she'd dazzle him. By evening, her bedroom was a chaos of discarded clothes. She chose a gold silk dress, simple yet elegant, avoiding full evening attire for a village cottage dinner. Keeping her face averted as she passed the vicarage, she knocked at Mrs. Feather's door. The old stooped woman answered her mild face welcoming. "Go on upstairs," she said. Agatha climbed the narrow stairs and Tristan opened the door at the top. "Welcome," he said, ushering her into a small room where a table was set with a white cloth. "We'll start right away," he called down the stairs. "You can start serving Mrs. Feathers." "Doesn't she need help?" Agatha asked anxiously. "Oh no, don't spoil her fun. She likes looking after me." Agatha felt uneasy as Mrs. Feathers appeared with a heavy tray of pâté de foie gras Melba toast, chilled wine and glasses. The old woman spread a napkin on Agatha's lap before creaking away. Tristan poured wine and sat opposite her. "Tell me what brings a sophisticated lady like yourself to a Cotswold village." Agatha spun a tale of her dream to live in the Cotswolds, omitting her early retirement to avoid mentioning her age. As she spoke, she admired Tristan's angelic face, cherubic yet masculine, framed by golden curls. His athletic build added to his allure. Mrs. Feathers brought the second course, tornadoes, rossini, new potatoes, and salad. "Isn't Mrs. Feathers an excellent cook?" Tristan said. "Very," Agatha agreed. "This steak is excellent. Where'd you buy it?" "I leave the shopping to Mrs. Feathers. I told her to make a special effort. She didn't pay for all this, I hope?" Agatha asked, uneasy. "Mrs. Feathers insists on paying for my food," Tristan said, unconcerned. Agatha frowned. Could an old widow afford such extravagance? But Tristan seemed to take it as his due, questioning her about her life. Overbaked Alaska and coffee. Agatha bragged about her past detective work, basking in his attention. Noticing it was nearly midnight, she reluctantly rose. "I should go." Before leaving, Tristan said, "I have a talent for playing the stock exchange. I make fortunes for others. Want me to help you?" "I've got a good stockbroker," Agatha said, "but I'll let you know." She expected him to walk her home, but he only led her downstairs. "My turn next time," she said. "I'll keep you to that," he replied, bending to kiss her gently on the mouth. Dazed, Agatha stared up at him. "Good night, Agatha," he said. "Good night, Tristan," she replied faintly as the door closed. Across the road, Mrs. Blocksby's face appeared briefly at an upstairs window before vanishing. Agatha walked home sedately, though she felt like dancing. Only when she reached her cottage did she realize they hadn't set a date for another dinner. She didn't even have his phone number. Searching the phone book, she found Mrs. Feathers' listing and dialed, heart-pounding. Mrs. Feathers answered, and Agatha asked for Tristan. After a pause, his voice came on. "Yes, this is Agatha. We forgot to set a date for dinner." A mocking laugh followed. "Keen, aren't you? I'll let you know." He hung up. Agatha dropped the receiver, her face flaming with mortification. "You silly old fool," her inner voice taunted, and for once, she agreed. The next morning, she awoke determined never to see Tristan again. His laugh had cut deep, making her feel foolish. A wind rattled the thatch overhead, sending dust devils down Lilac Lane. She forced herself out of bed, brewing black coffee and deciding to water the garden as a hosepipe. Ban had been announced. Halfway down the garden, sirens pierced the village's quiet. Agatha froze, listening as they swept toward the church and stopped, dropping the watering can. She raced through the house and into Lilac Lane, her flat sandals kicking up dust. "Please God, let it not be Mrs. Blocksby," she prayed, running toward the vicarage. 3 police cars, an ambulance, and a gathering crowd greeted her. John Fletcher, the Red Lion's landlord, stood nearby. "Is someone hurt?" "What happened?" Agatha asked. "Don't know," he said. They waited under a hazy sky, the heat oppressive, rumors buzzed. It was the vicar, Mrs. Bloxby, the curate. A stone-faced policeman outside the vicarage rebuffed questions. People began to drift away as a forensic unit arrived. "I'd better open up," John Fletcher said. "We'll find out soon enough." John Armitage joined Agatha. "What's going on?" "I don't know," she said, trembling. "I'm terrified something's happened to Mrs. Bloxby." Detective Sergeant Bill Wong emerged from the vicarage with a policewoman. He spotted Agatha and called later before heading to Mrs. Feather's cottage. They knocked, and when the old woman answered, she raised a trembling hand to her mouth. They entered and the door closed. "There's your answer," John Armitage said grimly. "It's the curate, and he's dead. That ambulance hasn't moved." Chapter 2. Shadows of Suspicion. Agatha Raisin's heart pounded as she and John Armitage stood in Lilac Lane, the wail of sirens fading into an eerie silence. The grim realization that Tristan Delon, the charismatic curate, was likely dead hung heavy between them. The ambulance's stillness outside Mrs. Feather's cottage was an ominous sign. Agatha's mind churned, not just with shock, but with a flicker of guilt. Last night, humiliated by Tristan's mocking laugh, she'd briefly wished him harm. Now it seemed someone had acted on far darker impulses. "Let's go back to my cottage," Agatha suggested, her voice tight. "We can return to the vicarage later." John nodded, his green eyes scanning the crowd. "Who'd want to kill the curate if it is the curate?" "Me," Agatha muttered, then quickly added, "I could have last night." She clamped her mouth shut, horrified at her own words. The last thing she needed was John knowing about her dinner with Tristan, especially since Mrs. Feathers might spill the details to the police. "I hate this waiting," she said, desperate to change the subject. "I'm restless. I think I'll go for a walk." "Good idea," John said. "Alone," she snapped, hoping to shake him off. "Oh, all right," he said, unfazed, but he lingered as they reached her cottage door. Before Agatha could usher him away, the door swung open to reveal Detective Inspector Wilkes from Mercester CID, flanked by Detective Sergeant Bill Wong and a policewoman. Their stern faces made Agatha's stomach lurch. "May we come in?" Wilkes asked. "Yes," Agatha said, flustered. She gave John a subtle push. "See you later." He took the hint and left, though not without a curious glance. Agatha led the police into her living room, sinking onto the sofa and feeling like a schoolgirl caught misbehaving. The room, with its chintz curtains and polished oak furniture, felt suddenly claustrophobic. "What happened?" she asked, her voice barely steady. Wilkes fixed her with a steely gaze. "Mr. Delon, the curate, was found this morning in the vicar's study. He'd been stabbed." Agatha's nerves betrayed her with a hysterical giggle. "Stabbed with a rare oriental dagger," she blurted immediately, regretting it as Wilkes glared. I couldn't help but find her outburst darkly amusing. Agatha's tendency to blurt out the absurd, intense moments is both her charm and her curse. "No," Wilkes said coldly. "He was stabbed with a paper knife from the vicar's desk. Very sharp, according to Mr. Bloxby, who kept it honed. The church donation box was open and the money was gone." Agatha fought down her rising panic. "You can't kill someone with a paper knife," she said, grasping at straws. "This one could," Wilkes replied. "It was sharp enough, but the vicar took the box to the study to count donations," Agatha said, recalling Alf's habits. "There's never much in there worth stealing." Evidently there was. This time, Wilkes said. The curate's sermon 2 Sundays ago urged donations for church upkeep. There were several £100 inside. The vicar hadn't counted it yet, just checked the box and planned to do so today. What was Mr. Delon doing in the vicar's study? Agatha asked, her curiosity overriding her nerves. Wilkes's eyes narrowed. "Let's stop speculating and discuss your movements. Mrs. Raisin, you had dinner with Mr. Delon at his flat last night and left around midnight, correct?" Agatha's face flamed. Mrs. Feathers had talked. Yes, she admitted. Were you intimate with him? Wilkes asked bluntly. Of course not, Agatha snapped, mortified. I barely knew him, and yet he invited you for dinner. Wilkes pressed. Why, I thought it was a parish thing. Agatha lied, her voice faltering, his way of getting to know people. What did you talk about? He was a good listener, she said, cringing at how self-absorbed she'd been. I talked mostly about myself. When I asked about him, he said he'd been at a church in New Cross, London, running a boys' club. A gang leader thought he was stealing members, so 5 of them beat him up. He said he had a nervous breakdown afterward. You left at midnight, and that was that. Wilkes asked. Yes, Agatha said, praying they wouldn't dig further. Do you know of any other women in the village he was particularly friendly with? No, Agatha said. I'd been away then in London working. I only met him Sunday outside the church, and he invited me to dinner yesterday. Let's go over it again. Wilkes said, his tone unrelenting. Agatha repeated her story, her face burning as she remembered her late-night call to Tristan. The police would check Mrs. Feather's phone records and know she'd rung him. Wilkes studied her reddening face. What is it? He demanded. When I got home, I realized we hadn't set a date for another dinner, she admitted, her voice small. So I phoned him, and he said he'd let me know. Those were his exact words. Wilkes pressed. Yes, Agatha lied with practiced firmness, a skill honed from years of bending the truth. That'll be all for now, Wilkes said. Come to headquarters tomorrow morning to sign a statement and hold yourself ready for further questioning. As they rose to leave, Bill Wong gave Agatha a faint wink, a small comfort in the storm. Call me later, she mouthed silently as Wilkes turned away. She seized her chance. When was Mr. Delon killed? Wilkes paused. We don't know, Mrs. Bloxby rose at 6:30 this morning, went into the garden and noticed the French windows to the study were open. Papers were blowing about. She went to close them and found the curate dead. Relief washed over Agatha. Alf couldn't have done it, not with the windows open, suggesting an outsider. Her fear that the vicar, jealous of Tristan's popularity, had lashed out in a rage began to fade. She sank into a chair, shaky as the police left. Desperate for news, she phoned the vicarage, but a policeman answered curtly, stating that neither Alf nor Mrs. Bloxby was available. The doorbell rang, and she rushed to answer, expecting bad news. Instead, John Armitage stood there, his fair hair tousled by the wind. For once, she was glad to see him, John. She cried, grabbing his arm and pulling him inside. Isn't this awful? Do you think Alf did it? Made it look like a burglary? I can't believe our vicar would harm a fly, John said, shutting the door. Let's sit down and think calmly. Why did the police want to see you? They think I was the last to see Tristan alive? Agatha said, her voice dropping. I went to his place for dinner and left around midnight. Oh, John's eyebrows shot up. He's a fast worker. How'd that come about? He turned up on my doorstep and asked. Just like that, she said, bristling at his tone. I found her defensiveness endearing. Agatha's pride is as fierce as her curiosity, and John's teasing hits a nerve. Tell me about it, John said, leaning forward. I've gone over it with the police already. She sighed, but relented. Mrs. Feathers served pâté de foie gras tornadoes Rossini and baked Alaska. Expensive stuff for a widow who can't be rich. Didn't you think it was a bit much of him I did? Agatha admitted, ruffled. He seemed to take it as his due. Sounds like a taker, John said. Did he try to get money out of you? You do underrate my charms, Agatha snapped, stung. But he mentioned he was a wizard at the stock exchange and could invest money for me. I said I had a good stockbroker, but I'd let him know. John's eyes narrowed. So that's why he asked you to dinner. He'd conned Mrs. Feathers into an extravagant meal, maybe even got his hands on her savings. Village gossip would have told him you're wealthy and you've got a reputation with men. Undeserved, Agatha retorted, her face flaming. You should tell the police, John said. Must I? Agatha asked bleakly, dreading more humiliation. Yes, and they're probably still at the vicarage. It's our excuse to get in there. Reluctantly, Agatha agreed, and they walked to the vicarage, the summer heat pressing down like a heavy hand. A policeman guarded the door, but when Agatha explained she had information for Wilkes, he led them through the house. The vicar's study door stood open, white overalled forensic officers swarming inside. They stepped through the French windows into the garden, where Wilkes, a policewoman, Alf and Mrs. Bloxby sat around a table. Mrs. Bloxby clutched her husband's hand, both looking strained. Bill Wong was nowhere in sight. What is it? Wilkes asked, his tone weary. Agatha drew up a chair and recounted the expensive dinner and Tristan's offer to invest her money. Wilkes's interest sharpened. This might give us an angle. He may have been successful with other women. I'll check his bank account. Mrs. Feathers says you were the only one he invited for dinner, and he told her to make a special effort because you were rich and used to the best. Agatha's face burned with mortification, her pride taking another hit. I couldn't help but sympathize. Agatha's desire to be seen as desirable, not just a wealthy mark, makes her vulnerability all the more poignant. Wilkes turned to Mrs. Bloxby. Was he particularly friendly with other women in the village? It's hard to say, Mrs. Bloxby said softly. Many invited him for meals. Miss Jellop Peggy Slither in Ancombe, Mrs. Trump, the colonel's widow up the hill in that converted barn. So many were smitten with him. He was very handsome. Did he offer to invest money for you? Wilkes asked the Bloxbys. No, Alf said. He mentioned a small income from a family trust, but never asked us for money. How'd you get him as a curate? Agatha asked. I was told he'd had a nervous breakdown. Alf said I was glad to have help with parish work. Was he helpful? Wilkes pressed. The first week? Yes, Alf said. Then he became selective, only visiting the elderly or sick. If they were wealthy, I took him to task, and he smiled and promised to do better. Then I fell ill, and he took over the services. I felt churlish disliking him. But I was beginning to. I feared I was envious of his ability to pack the church. It looks like he surprised a burglar, Wilkes said, or Agatha interrupted. He was robbing the cash box himself. If he had a private income and was taking money from women, why would he need a few £100? He was very vain, Mrs. Bloxby said quietly. His sermon led to that large donation. He probably saw the money as his due. He had a key to the vicarage, Wilkes noted, already aware of this. Those French windows, do you keep them locked? Mrs. Bloxby looked guilty. We try, but sometimes we forget. Until recently, we never locked up at night. With the local police station closed, burglaries have increased. No sign of a break-in, Wilkes said. No fingerprints, not even yours. Excuse me, he added, standing. Reverend, come check again for anything else missing. He and the policewoman led Alf inside. Agatha took Mrs. Bloxby's hand. Is there anything I can do? You've helped me through so much. Find out who did it. Mrs. Bloxby said, her voice trembling. They suspect Alf. Many women wanted him to step down and let Tristan take over. Alf wasn't tactful when Miss Jellop suggested it. He called her a silly woman. The police think he was jealous. I told them he was in bed with me, but they look at me like I'd lie to protect him. We'll do our best, John said, surprising Agatha. She'd forgotten he was there, his quiet presence overshadowed by her own intensity. There's something quietly compelling about John's understated role here, a steady counterpoint to Agatha's fiery impulsiveness. I think we should start with his church in New Cross. John continued. The police will dig there, but we might uncover things they miss, like whether he conned women out of money. One could have watched Mrs. Feather's cottage, seen him slip out, and followed him to the vicarage. There's no flower bed by the windows, just grass. No footprints. That's far-fetched, Agatha said crossly, annoyed that John was taking the lead. She saw herself as Sherlock Holmes, not Dr. Watson, and his initiative rankled. A jealous, furious woman might do it, John countered. Don't dismiss it just because it's not your idea. It's a good idea, Mrs. Bloxby said softly, her calm authority cutting through Agatha's pique. All right, Agatha said sulkily, her bear-like eyes narrowing under her glossy brown fringe. Despite her pout, there's a childlike charm to Agatha's stubbornness, a reminder that her bravado masks a deep need for validation. Have you eaten? Agatha asked Mrs. Bloxby. I've got microwave meals I could bring. No, thank you, Mrs. Bloxby said, suppressing a shudder at the thought of Agatha's frozen dinners. Neither of us feels like eating. She startled, noticing Agatha's cigarette. Agatha, you're smoking again? Tastes all right now, Agatha mumbled, embarrassed. John pulled out a notebook. Let's note the women close to Tristan. Miss Jellop, Peggy Slither. Mrs. Trump, Peggy Slithers in Ancombe at a cottage called Shangri-La. Mrs. Bloxby said, a bit twee. She means it as a joke, adopting the unfashionable. She's got gnomes in her garden, that sort of thing. Loud busty, about 50. Her money's from fish and chip shops her father owned. Never married. Agatha bristled at John's note-taking, feeling sidelined. Miss Jellop, she snapped, staking her claim. We'd better go, John said, sensing her mood. Phone if you need anything, Agatha told Mrs. Bloxby. Just find out who did it, Mrs. Bloxby replied. Back at Agatha's cottage, Bill Wong waited outside, his brown eyes glinting with concern. Thought I'd drop in, he said as Agatha unlocked the door. Trust you to land in trouble again? They settled in the garden with coffee, the air thick with summer heat. Bill studied Agatha. I know you've made a statement, but tell me more about your evening with Tristan. Did he come on to you? He kissed me, Agatha admitted, flushing. Didn't that tell you something was off? John interjected sharply. The age difference and all. I've attracted younger men before, Agatha shot back, waspish. What kind of kiss? Bill asked. A warm one on the lips, Agatha said, her voice tight. It's this money business, Bill said. He was after money. How far was he willing to go? A full-blown affair might be a motive for murder. He didn't have one with me, Agatha said. I'd have sussed him out. I'm not stupid. Women can be stupid faced with such beauty, Bill said. I saw him preach. My girlfriend Alice dragged me to church. She gazed at him like he was an angel. Girlfriend? Agatha asked, momentarily distracted. Alice Bryan, a teller at Lloyd's in Mercester, Bill said. Serious, but it'll end when she meets my parents. Agatha nodded, knowing Bill's parents could scare off any woman. There's a quiet sadness in Bill's resigned tone, a glimpse into the personal cost of his duty. What did you talk about? Bill asked. Mostly me, Agatha said, embarrassed. When I realized it was one-sided, I asked about him. He mentioned New Cross, the boys' club, the gang attack, and the nervous breakdown. Which church in New Cross? John asked, to St. Edmund's. Bill said, then frowned. I don't want you two interfering with police work. As if we would, Agatha said, flashing John a warning look. What did you think of Tristan's sermon? John asked, Bill vain. And stupid the sermon? A load of nothing, Bill said. But I might have been jealous. Alice was smitten. Did he push the money angle with you? Agatha, Bill asked. No, just suggested investing for me and dropped it, she said, flushing at the memory of his dismissal. Odd, Bill said, eyeing her shrewdly. He had Mrs. Feathers go to all that trouble for nothing. I bet he thought you were a waste of space. If he did, he didn't say so. Agatha snapped. We'll learn more from his bank account, Bill said. If he invested money, I'll eat my hat. What about someone watching the cottage and following him? John asked. If he cheated Mrs. Feathers and she found out, she might have heard him leave and followed him. I can't see an old lady tackling a young man, Bill said. She might have meant to confront him, John persisted, and stabbed him in a rage. How many would know the letter opener was sharp? Bill asked. I did, Agatha admitted. I saw Alf slicing letters with it once. It's silver-shaped like a dagger, but not a real one. What about the vicar? John asked quietly. He could have caught him stealing. No sign of a struggle, Bill said. Tristan was stabbed in the back of the neck. One blow sunk to the hilt. A sharp blade like that penetrates easily like stabbing a melon. We'll know more after the post-mortem. I read that stab victims don't always die immediately, John said. Say Alf stabbed him at the cottage. Some victims can walk for hours with a thin blade in them. Tristan might have gone to the vicarage to take the money and collapsed. With a knife in his neck, Agatha scoffed. He'd know to go to a hospital. Maybe he thought it was safer to leave it in, John said. Oh, shut up, Bill snapped. Amateurs are a menace, stick to facts. Undeterred, John pressed. Maybe Alf summoned him and staged the burglary. You're forgetting Mrs. Bloxby, Agatha said. She'd never cover for a murderer? She might not have known, John said. Maybe she slept through it. I've had enough, Bill said, standing. I'm off, Agatha. Report to headquarters tomorrow to sign your statement. The next morning, Agatha drove to Mercester John in the passenger seat. His constant critiques grated on her. Look out for that child on a bike, he shouted. Then later, you're going too fast. This is like a marriage without the nookie. Agatha muttered, exasperated. May I point out no sex was your choice, John shot back. Agatha glared, nearly swerving. Look at the road, John yelled. What's wrong with you? You're usually so placid. Now you're bitching like an old grump. I made reasonable suggestions to Bill. And you sneered, John said. They were far-fetched, but you could have said so later. We're both amateurs. No need to treat me like an office boy. Let's drop it, Agatha said, stung. I don't want to quarrel. They continued in uneasy silence. After signing her statement, John said, We should go to New Cross now. Right away? Agatha asked, reluctant. Why not? I'll drive if your insurance covers me, unless you have to be in the driver's seat literally and metaphorically. Drive if you like. Agatha huffed. My insurance covers you. What had come over him, Agatha wondered as they headed to London. She saw herself as a gentle, sensitive lady, not the bossy figure John implied. His sudden assertiveness unsettled her, challenging her need for control. Yet there's a spark in their bickering, a sign that John's quiet demeanor hides a stubborn streak that might just match Agatha's own. By the time they reached New Cross, John's mood had softened, the drive calming him. Probably wasn't about me, Agatha thought, convincing herself his grumpiness stemmed from something else. They navigated the bustling streets, asking directions until a passerby pointed them to St. Edmund's, a soot-blackened Victorian church with crenellated spires and gold weather vanes. Pigeon droppings streaked its facade, adding to its grim charm. Beside it stood a matching vicarage, equally blackened. John pressed the brass bell by the door. A heavy-set woman answered, her hair in pink rollers, her red face truculent under a massive bosom. What is it? She demanded. We'd like to see the vicar, John said. See if he's in, she muttered, shuffling off without asking their names. Poor man, John murmured, picturing the vicar's plight. With such a housekeeper, I couldn't help but smile. Beaton's knack for quirky characters like this woman adds a delightful layer of humor to the grim mystery. The vicar. Fred Lansing appeared, peering at them through thick glasses. His gray hair was sparse, his skin sallow, his bulbous nose and fleshy lips giving him what Agatha called a Church of England face. His voice, however, was a beautiful Oxford drawl, smooth and soothing. What do you want to see me about? He asked. I'm Agatha Raisin, and this is John Armitage, Agatha said. We're from Carsely, friends of Vicar Alfred Bloxby. Oh dear. Lansing's face creased with distress. I heard about that dreadful murder on the news. Terrible. I'm Fred Lansing. Do come in. He led them to a shabby book-lined study, apologizing for not using the damp, dusty sitting room. "Would you like tea?" he asked. "Yes, please," Agatha said. Lansing opened the door and shouted, "Mrs. Buggy, tea for 3? "Why you want," came the belligerent reply. "Just do it." Lansing retorted, turning pink. He sat behind his desk, Agatha and John on a creaky horsehair sofa, those evening classes on feminism. He sighed. Mrs. Buggy's regarded me as a tyrant. Ever since Agatha outlined the murder, explaining their fear that the police suspected Alf and their desire to clear his name. "The police called yesterday," Lansing said mildly. "I couldn't tell them much." "Did Tristan really get beaten up by a gang and have a nervous breakdown?" Agatha asked. "That's what he said?" Lansing began, but the door crashed open. Mrs. Buggy stormed in, slamming a tray of milky tea on the desk. "No biscuits," she snarled, stomping out. "I do hate bossy women," Lansing murmured. "I agree," John said, shooting Agatha a look. She glared back, her pride smarting. "Did you know Alf Bloxby was under suspicion?" Agatha asked. "I didn't," Lansing said. "Please tell me about Tristan." "It could help?" Lansing hesitated. "If I tell you more than I told the police, they'll be angry. I'm a private detective." Agatha lied. "I won't tell them anything." "I promise." John started to protest, but her fulminating glance silenced him. "De mortuis," Lansing sighed. "It's cruel to speak ill of the dead, but justice demands it. Tristan was complex." "I gather he was gay," John said, surprising Agatha. "I believe so," Lansing said. "There are many temptations in town for a young man." "What temptations?" Agatha demanded. "He bragged about a rich businessman. Friends showed off a gold Rolex." Lansing said his homosexuality wasn't the issue. He should have been on the stage flamboyant, in the pulpit charming at first, but he grew bored after a few weeks and developed a nasty streak. "Blackmail?" Agatha asked eagerly. "Not quite," Lansing said. "Spite? He'd find a parishioner's vulnerability and exploit it." "The businessman's name?" John asked. Lansing paused, then said, "No." John sensed he was lying. There's a subtle tension in Lansing's evasiveness, a hint that Tristan's past holds secrets the vicar is reluctant to share. "So no nervous breakdown or beating?" Agatha asked. "He was beaten up," Lansing corrected. "Not because of a boys' club. He didn't have one. He was frightened. Said he had to get away. He seemed demented, but penitent, wanting a new start. I arranged for him to go to a quiet village. He'd done nothing criminal." "Any particular friend in the parish?" John asked. "Sol Maguire, a builder." Lansing said, "Lives at 16, Briery Road, just around the corner." Agatha pounced on John as they left. "How'd you know he was gay?" "A guess," John said. "And I bet Lansing knows that businessman's name." "He wouldn't lie. He's a vicar," Agatha protested. "You can be naive," John said, amused. "I don't believe you," Agatha fumed, stalking toward Briery Road. The street was shabbier, with small houses and neglected gardens. Number 16's front was a mess. Sagging privet, a broken bicycle, rank weeds. No one answered their knock, a neighbor said. Maguire was likely working, but returned around 6. 4 hours to kill, John said, checking his watch. "We haven't eaten. Let's find a pub." They found one on the main road, a dim, old-fashioned place untouched by trendy renovations. Dusty sunlight filtered through grimy windows and fruit machines blinked in the gloom. The sour landlord said lunches were over but offered sandwiches. They ordered ham sandwiches and beer, retreating to a corner table. "At least we're ahead of the police," Agatha said, biting into a slimy sandwich. The bread was dry, the ham dubious. A perfect snapshot of the pub's grim charm. "Only a bit," John said. "They'll question Lansing again." He might tell them now, not wanting to admit he withheld information. "This businessman angle is interesting," Agatha said. "If he was important, maybe Tristan was blackmailing him." "We forgot to ask how long it was between Tristan leaving New Cross and arriving in Carsely." John said if it was a while, he might have spent whatever he had. He wasn't in Carsely long enough to fleece anyone significantly. He liked spending on himself. "His bank account will show checks from villagers or this businessman," John added. They debated the mystery, then left the pub wandering New Cross's vibrant streets, Indian shops, Turkish restaurants, until it was time to return to Briary Road. Chapter 3. Tangled Lies and New Leads. Agatha Raisin and John Armitage stood on the doorstep of 16 Briary Road, New Cross. As the door swung open to reveal Sol Maguire, a striking figure with jet-black hair and piercing blue eyes. Another Adonis, Agatha thought, though darker and rougher than the golden-curled Tristan Delon. Sol's rugged charm was undeniable, but his shock was palpable when they explained they were investigating Tristan's murder. "Sure now, that's a big shock you've given me," he said, his voice a blend of Irish lilt and South London grit. "Come on in." They followed him into a cramped living room, cluttered with empty beer cans, crumpled newspapers, and dog-eared magazines. The air smelled faintly of stale hops and neglect. "Find a space and sit yourselves down," Sol said, clearing a spot on a sagging sofa. "Who murdered him?" "I haven't kept up with the news." John recounted the grim details of Tristan's death, then leaned forward. "What did you know about him?" "Not much," Sol said, scratching his stubbled jaw. "Saw me working on a building site nearby, kept coming round to chat. I told him flat out I wasn't gay, and he laughed. Said he wasn't either. Couldn't be bothered with him at first, but he was persistent. Funny though, in a malicious way, know what I mean?" "Give us an example." Agatha prompted, her bear-like eyes glinting with curiosity. Sol leaned back, his blue eyes narrowing. He was adored by the women in the parish, but he despised them. Talked about a Mrs. Hill. Said she looked at him like a dog, and he felt like snapping his fingers and tossing her a biscuit. Nasty stuff like that. I couldn't help but wince at Tristan's cruelty. His charm was a mask for a chilling disdain that's starting to paint a darker picture of the curate. Agatha leaned forward. Her interest piqued. "Did he ever mention a businessman? Someone who gave him presents?" Sol's eyebrows rose. "That mind, if I get a beer?" "Go ahead," John said. "Want one?" Sol offered. "Not for me," John replied. "I've had some and I'm driving." "None for me either," Agatha said, impatient. Sol returned with a can of beer, popping it open and taking a hearty swig. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "He showed me a gold Rolex, said it was a gift from Richard Binzer, the tycoon." Agatha's eyes widened. "Richard Binzer? The Richard Binzer?" "That's what he said?" Solly replied, shrugging. "But he was a terrible liar. Could have been spinning a tale." "Do you know who beat him up?" John asked. "Said it was a gang? But he didn't know any gangs trust me," Sol said. "Maybe one of those women got wise to him and took a club to him? I don't know." "Where does Mrs. Hill live?" Agatha asked. "Big house in Jeeves Place," Solly said. "Cross the main road. Take Gladstone Street, turn right on Palmerston. First left is Jeeves. Don't know the number, but it's a standalone villa." He paused, his eyes curious. "Why ask questions round here, you his relatives?" "No," Agatha said, her voice firm. "We're private detectives, license pending," she added, lying smoothly. "Well, good luck," Sol said. "If he was murdered in that village, someone there did it." "How long was it between the attack and him leaving New Cross?" Agatha asked. "He came round once after the beating, said he was going abroad," Solly recalled. "About 6 months ago. Old history as far as New Cross is concerned." As they left Sol's cluttered home, Agatha turned to John. "Let's go after Binzer. His offices are in Cheapside, I think." "It's late," John said, glancing at the darkening sky. "Shouldn't we try Mrs. Hill first?" Agatha glared, stung by his contradiction. She'll just be a sad middle-aged woman duped by Tristan. Like me, she snapped immediately, regretting the admission. John's raised eyebrow only deepened her irritation. Their bickering, laced with unspoken tensions, is classic. Beaton, Agatha's prickly pride clashes with John's growing assertiveness, making their partnership both fractious and compelling. They drove to Jeeves' place, but the grand villa stood silent, its door closed. No lights within. A distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, heavy with the promise of a storm. "We should head back to Carsely," John said. "Try Binzer and Mrs. Hill tomorrow." Agatha nodded, exhaustion creeping in. The storm broke halfway home, torrents of rain lashing the car as John drove slowly through the deluge. By the time they reached the road into Carsely, the clouds parted and a chilly breeze slipped through the open window. "End of summer," Agatha said, a touch of melancholy in her voice. "What time do we set off tomorrow?" John asked. "Early 6:30. Agatha said. "Beat the rush." John groaned, but she ignored him. "You can sleep on the way if you're tired." They parted at Lilac Lane, and Agatha's cats, Hodge and Boswell, greeted her with yawns and purring demands for food. She fed them, popped a Mama Olivia's lasagna in the microwave, and ate mechanically, her mind racing. Guilt nagged at her. She should have called Bill Wong to share what they'd learned about Soul and Binzer, but pride and a stubborn desire to solve the case herself kept her silent. After a bath, she crawled into bed, the weight of the day pulling her into a restless sleep. The next morning, John joined her on the M25, the traffic already snarling. "If Binzer's in his office, we'll be lucky," he said. "He travels a lot." "Should have phoned first," Agatha muttered sleepily, slumped in the passenger seat. "Best to surprise him," John said. "We'll send a note about Tristan. If he doesn't see us." "Oh, shut up," Agatha snapped. "We have to try." "It'll be tough," she added, rousing herself. "I saw him in Celeb magazine, wife, 2 kids. He'll have minions guarding him." They reached Binzer's offices in Cheapside, a sleek fortress of steel and glass, with a towering tree rising through the entrance hall to a glass roof. Agatha marched to the reception desk, where 4 impossibly thin, fashionable young women fielded calls. Choosing the least intimidating, she said, "Mr. Binzer." "What time is your appointment?" the receptionist asked, barely looking up. "We don't have one," Agatha said, producing a sealed envelope marked "Urgent, Private, and Confidential." "See that he gets this right away. I'm sure he'll want to see us." "Take a seat," the receptionist said, pointing to a bank of sofas near the entrance. They sat. The minutes dragging, Agatha fidgeted, her impatience mounting. Finally, the receptionist approached. "I'll take you up. Follow me." A glass elevator whisked them to the top floor, opening into another reception area. A middle-aged secretary greeted them, asked them to wait, and disappeared through a door. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint hum of air conditioning. Agatha began to wonder if they'd been forgotten. When the secretary returned, "Mr. Binzer will see you now." She led them through an inner office to a heavy door, ushering them into a grand room where a small, balding man sat behind a Georgian desk. Richard Binzer's cold eyes assessed them, his presence far less imposing than his reputation. "That'll be all, Miss Partle," he said. "I'll call if I need you." The secretary left, closing the door. "Sit," Binzer commanded, indicating 2 low chairs. Agatha and John sat, feeling like petitioners before a king. "You're not what I expected," Binzer said. "I'm taping this. If you try to blackmail me, I'll call the police." "We're not here to blackmail you," John said calmly. "We're investigating Tristan Delon's death. I'm John Armitage, and this is Agatha Raisin." "John Armitage, the writer." Binzer's eyes flickered with recognition. "I've read your books." John explained their connection to Carsely and their mission to clear Vicar Alf Bloxby's name. Binzer switched off the recorder, passing a hand over his forehead. "I thought you were his relatives." Tristan tried to blackmail me, but he got nowhere. I suppose the police will find out eventually, so I'll tell you." He leaned back, his voice measured. "I give generously to charities, but my staff screen applications. My senior secretary, Miss Partle, insisted I meet Tristan in person about a boys' club in New Cross. She was smitten with him, which amused me. He was beautiful, charming, almost made me question my own sexuality. He flattered me cleverly, and since I have no son, I enjoyed his company." His eyes lit up when I gave him gifts. A Rolex small things. Then I ended it. "Why, Agatha?" asked, her curiosity burning. "I visited the church to check on the boys' club. Binzer said I'd given him £10,000 to rent a hall and buy equipment. He'd asked for more, but I wanted to see results. The vicar said there was no boys' club. Tristan arrived, waffled about it being a surprise, but it was clear he'd done nothing. I didn't want anyone knowing. I'd been suckered, so I left the vicar to handle him. Then Tristan wrote threatening to tell my wife we'd had an affair, which we hadn't, and show her the gifts. I told him I'd taped his call and would go to the police. All my calls are taped. He never contacted me again." Binzer paused, his expression rueful. I was puzzled at being so easily fooled. A psychiatrist friend suggested Tristan was a somatic narcissist, charming people with a warm, fuzzy feeling. He asked if Tristan was fascinated by mirrors. I recalled dinners where he'd stare at his reflection. Transfixed, the psychiatrist said, such narcissists can be prone to violence. That was his charm. He made me feel good about myself. I expected to hear from him again, but nothing. When I got your note, I feared he'd left a journal about our friendship and you'd come to blackmail me. That's all." "I don't think the police need to know this," John said. "Unless the vicar tells them, we won't." "Will we?" Agatha. Agatha hesitated, guilt pricking her conscience, but nodded reluctantly. "No, Binzer's candor is disarming, but there's a chilling edge to his story. Tristan's narcissism and manipulative charm are starting to feel like the key to his downfall." "I liked him," John said as they joined the London traffic heading south. "Binzer, I mean." "You don't seem sure," Agatha said, glancing at him. "Thought he might have had Tristan beaten up, or had something to do with his murder." "You've watched too many left-wing dramas about sinister executives," John teased. "It could have happened," Agatha said stubbornly. A watery sunlight bathed the city, and she noticed the loosening skin under John's chin, the wrinkles at his eyes. Oddly, it cheered her, softening her irritation. She began whistling tunelessly until John told her to stop. At New Cross, they parked outside the villa on Jeeves Place. The front door stood slightly ajar. "Someone's home?" Agatha said, a thrill of anticipation cutting through her fatigue. "Let's go," John said. A thin voice sang a hymn from within, fragile and wavering. John rang the bell and a small woman appeared, gray hair framing a sallow face, a feather duster in her hand. "Mrs. Hill?" Agatha asked, stepping forward, determined to take the lead. John's quiet competence was starting to irk her. She was the detective here after all. "Yes, I'm Mrs. Hill," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. Agatha introduced them, explaining their investigation into Tristan's murder. Mrs. Hill stepped onto the doorstep, glancing nervously up and down the empty street. "You'd better come in," she said, leading them into a dark, cavernous room filled with heavy Victorian furniture, the air thick with the scent of lavender and dust. "I was shocked about poor Tristan's death," Mrs. Hill said, sinking onto an armchair. "Such a good young man." "Maybe not," Agatha said bluntly. "He conned a businessman out of money for a boys' club that never existed, kept the money for himself." John glared silently, urging her to keep Binzer's name quiet, but Mrs. Hill's eyes welled with tears. "I'm so glad I wasn't the only one," she choked out. "I felt such a fool." John handed her a handkerchief, and she dried her eyes, blowing her nose with a small, pitiful sound. Her vulnerability is heart-wrenching. Tristan's betrayal cut deep, exploiting her loneliness in a way that feels almost predatory. "Tell us about him," Agatha said gently, softening her tone. I felt so silly, so betrayed. Mrs. Hill began, her voice trembling. All the houses on this street are flats except mine. I'm called the rich Mrs. Hill, but I'm not. Tristan flattered me, made me feel worthwhile. I was dazed by him. We went out sometimes, but to places where no one would see us, he said. He didn't want other women in the parish to get jealous. He said he cared for me. That age didn't matter when two people respected each other. A tear escaped and she wiped it away. I lived for him. Then he asked for a donation for his boys' club. I told him I had no money to spare, that I lived frugally, hoping my savings would last. He asked about my worth, seeming sympathetic. Then he stopped calling. I thought he loved me. He said he loved me. I would have died for him. Her voice broke and she gulped back a sob. I waited outside the vicarage one day, confronted him. He laughed in my face, said he was gay, said things I can't repeat. I could have killed him, but I didn't. Do you think he got money from anyone else? John asked quietly. I don't know, Mrs. Hill said. When he preached, the congregation grew mostly silly young girls. We won't tell anyone unless we have to, Agatha said. Noticing the vast empty house, she added, You've got a lot of rooms here. Too many, Mrs. Hill said hollowly. You should rent them out, Agatha said bracingly. Give you an income, use an estate agent to handle it. There's one on the main road. You wouldn't be alone and you'd just collect the money. I couldn't, Mrs. Hill said, but her eyes flickered with interest. Oh yes, you could, Agatha insisted. Get your coat. We'll go with you to the estate agent. John, eager to revisit Vicar Lansing about Binzer's deception, fumed as Agatha plunged into her mission to help Mrs. Hill. The estate agent's representative inspected the villa, suggesting wash basins in the bedrooms and shared kitchen access for tenants. Mrs. Hill, buoyed by Agatha's bossy enthusiasm, grew visibly brighter. When they finally left, she hugged Agatha tearfully, thanking her for a new start. Agatha brushed it off, but her gruffness hid a glow of satisfaction. There's something deeply satisfying about Agatha's impulsive kindness here. It's a reminder that beneath her brusque exterior lies a genuine desire to help, even if it derails the investigation. That waste of space is over, John said crossly as they walked away. I want to see that vicar again. That poor soul could have stabbed Tristan. We didn't ask where she was the night he was murdered. If you're going to trust every suspect, we might as well quit. You're quite nasty, Agatha snapped. I don't even know you. You don't know yourself, John retorted. Are we going to bicker all day or talk to the vicar? I'm tired and we haven't eaten, Agatha said. We'll grill him after food. Not that pub again. Vicar Fred Lansing looked distinctly unhappy to see them at St. Edmund's. His Church of England face creased with unease, no sign of the ferocious Mrs. Buggy. Thankfully, I'm busy writing my sermon, he began, but Agatha cut him off. We'll only take a few minutes, Mr. Lansing, she said firmly. We want to know why you lied to us. Lansing sighed, leading them to his shabby study. You said Tristan did nothing criminal, Agatha began yet. He conned Mr. Binzer out of £10,000. You also said you didn't know Binzer, but he told us he called on you. Lansing's shoulders slumped. He did call, but he urged me not to tell anyone how he'd been fooled. Said it would hurt his business image. Tristan was so penitent, promising to repay every penny. We gather he didn't, John said. I'm sorry, I lied. Lansing said. I gave Binzer my word. Is there anything else you haven't told us? Agatha asked. Not that I can think of. Lansing said, his voice strained. Surely what I've told you is enough. His tone turned sharp. You're not the police? I shouldn't have spoken to you. You have no authority. We're trying to help Vicar Bloxby, John said gently. The police won't hear of this unless necessary. Please leave, Lansing said, visibly upset. You've upset me very much. That's that, Agatha said wearily as they left. Let's eat. They stopped at a service station on the A40, wolfing down a greasy breakfast of eggs, sausage, and chips. I feel we're wasting time in London, John said, wiping his plate. The murder was in Carsely. The killer's there or nearby? No, the clues are in London. Agatha insisted more to contradict him than out of conviction. Their stubborn sparring is both amusing and revealing. Agatha's need to lead often blinds her to John's insights, but their partnership is stronger for it. Agatha fell asleep on the drive back, waking with a start as they passed through Woodstock. "Goodness, have I been asleep all this time?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. "Yes," John said stiffly, "and you snored terribly." "I've had enough of you for one day," Agatha snarled. "Always nitpicking." "I was stating a fact," he retorted. Agatha stifled a yawn, craving her cottage's peace. But as they entered Carsely, the main street was choked with 2 television vans, their antennas gleaming in the dusk. "I thought the press would have given up," John said, turning into Lilac Lane. A police car waited outside Agatha's cottage, its presence ominous. "Listen," John said fiercely. "Tell them we went to London for shopping and a meal. Say we ate at the service station and had a picnic lunch in Green Park." Agatha's heart sank as Bill Wong, a detective constable and a policewoman, emerged from the car. Bill's face was grim, his eyes hard. "Where were you, Mrs. Raisin?" he demanded the formal address. "Chilling her, in London shopping," she said, her voice faltering. "We'd better go inside," Bill said. "You too, Mr. Armitage?" Agatha unlocked the door, nearly tripping over her cats as they wound around her ankles. "Come to the kitchen," she said, leading them to the table. The cozy room felt oppressive under Bill's stern gaze. "What's this about?" she asked. "I've made a statement." "There's been a further development," Bill said, wincing as Hodge clawed his trouser leg. "Miss Jellop has been murdered." Chapter 4. A Tangled Web of Lies. Agatha Raisin's kitchen felt like a courtroom as Detective Sergeant Bill Wong's words hung in the air. "Miss Jellop has been murdered." The shock hit Agatha like a physical blow, her mind reeling with questions. "Murdered," she gasped, her voice trembling. "How?" When Bill's face was grim, his almond-shaped eyes hard. "We can't pinpoint the exact time of death yet, but sometime early this evening, she was strangled. She lived alone, so it might have gone unnoticed for days. But Mrs. Bloxby called on her, found the door ajar, and discovered her body." "Poor Mrs. Bloxby," Agatha said, half rising from her chair, her instinct to comfort her friend overriding everything else. The vicar's wife had already endured the horror of finding Tristan Delon's body, and now this. Agatha's heart ached for her gentle friend, caught in a nightmare. Not of her making. "Sit down." Detective Inspector Wilkes snapped, his weathered face stern. "Let's go through your movements. You stir things up, Mrs. Raisin, and I want to know what you've been stirring." Agatha froze, her mind racing. She and John had spent the day in London digging into Tristan's past, but admitting that would mean confessing to interfering in the investigation. Before she could speak, John took over, his voice calm but firm. "We decided to get out of the village, took a picnic to Green Park, window shopped, then stopped at a service station on the A40 for an all-day breakfast about an hour and a half ago." Wilkes's eyes narrowed. "You weren't in New Cross playing detective?" "No," John said, praying. Vicar Lansing and Mrs. Hill would keep quiet about their visit. Agatha's stomach churned. Lying to the police was risky, but the truth could land them in serious trouble. "So you went off together for the day?" Wilkes pressed. "Why?" John hesitated, then plunged in. "We wanted to look at shops, and as a matter of fact, we walked around Kensington, scouting locations that might suit us." "Locations for what?" Wilkes asked, his tone skeptical. John took a deep breath, his face betraying a flicker of panic. "Because we're thinking of getting married." Agatha's jaw nearly dropped. She cursed him silently, her mind screaming at the absurdity of the lie. Forcing a cheesy smile, she played along, her voice syrupy. "I didn't tell you before, Bill, I wanted it to be a surprise. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at John's audacity. This outrageous fib is pure Beaton, turning a tense moment into a farce that only Agatha could stumble into. "And when's this wedding?" Wilkes asked, his disbelief palpable. "We haven't set a date," Agatha said, her smile strained. "But when we do, Bill, I hope you'll give me away." Bill's eyes flicked between them, his expression flat. "I don't believe this, but we'll check your alibi." The questions dragged on, had anyone spoken to them in the shops in Green Park in Kensington. Exhausted and rattled by the second murder, Agatha and John found lying easier with each repetition. Agatha almost began to believe they were engaged, the fiction weaving itself into her tired mind. When the interrogation finally ended, she seized her chance. "Does this clear Mr. Blocksby?" "No one's in the clear," Bill said curtly. "Don't take any more trips in the next few days." As the police left, Agatha rounded on John, her eyes blazing. "Why on earth save it?" he snapped, cutting her off. "We've got to call Lansing and Mrs. Hill, tell them to keep quiet." "You do it." "Oh, future husband of mine." Agatha glared, her temper flaring. "I'm getting a drink. Get a large whiskey for me while you're at it, and give me Mrs. Hill's number. I saw you note it." John handed her the number, and Agatha stormed into the sitting room, pouring a generous gin and tonic for herself and a whiskey for John. She sank onto the sofa, the closed door muffling John's voice as he spoke on the phone. Guilt gnawed at her. They should have told Bill the truth. John's theory that the murderer was in the Cotswolds, not London, seemed chillingly plausible now. 2 murders in Carsely couldn't be coincidence. The doorbell shrilled, and she peered through the curtains to see a gaggle of reporters outside their cameras glinting in the streetlight. She ignored them, sipping her drink, the alcohol steadying her nerves. John joined her, glancing at the window press outside. "Yes, lots of them," Agatha said, her voice weary. "Why'd you say we were getting married?" "Impulse," John admitted. "The second murder rattled me. We can go along with it for now, then say we broke up." Bill didn't believe us, but if we act a bit lover-like when he's around, he might feel up to it. "I don't feel up to anything," Agatha said, slumping back. "Why was Miss Jellop murdered? She must have known something." "The best thing is to lie low, let things quiet down," John said. "We'll see Mrs. Blocksby when the coast is clear. She'll know about Miss Jellop." "Who were the other women?" She mentioned Peggy Slither in Ancombe and Colonel Trump's widow. "We can't talk to them with police and press swarming," Agatha said. "Do you want to stay the night?" John raised an eyebrow, and she flushed. "Not like that. I thought we'd sorted that out. I meant for protection. Someone might want to shut me up too." John's face softened. "I'll stay if you're worried." "I'll be all right," Agatha said, though a shudder ran through her. The phone rang, shrill and insistent. "You get it," she said. John returned moments later. "Press, I thought your number was ex-directory." "It is, but they have ways," Agatha said. "Unplug it as you go." John downed his whiskey, set the glass down carefully, and headed for the door. "Scream if you need me," he called. Agatha sat nursing her drink, the doorbell ringing intermittently as the press persisted. They must have seen the police car earlier, she thought. Eventually, the noise stopped, and she dragged herself upstairs. In the bathroom, she removed her makeup, peering into the magnifying mirror. The lines around her mouth seemed deeper etched by stress and sleepless nights. She showered quickly, pulled on a nightdress, and crawled into bed, staring at the low beams of her thatched cottage. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the house settling. At last, she sank into an uneasy sleep, haunted by visions of strangled women and charming curates. It was early afternoon the next day when Agatha remembered the unplugged phone and reconnected it. She dialed John's number. "What are you doing?" "Writing," he said. "But I've got something for you. I'll be right over." "Knock. Don't ring, so I'll know it's you." Agatha glanced down at her old blue linen dress and flat sandals. She considered changing into something more stylish, but shrugged. John wasn't worth the effort, wasn't. When the knock came, she opened the door, and he followed her to the kitchen, placing a small jeweler's box on the table. "You'd better wear this to keep up the fiction," he said. Agatha opened the box, revealing a sapphire ring surrounded by diamond chips. Her breath caught. "When did you get this?" "Years ago," John said. "My ex-wife's. She threw it in my face before we broke up." Tried on, Agatha slid it over her wedding band from James Lacey, her ex-husband. It fit perfectly. A tear rolled down her cheek, plopping onto the table. The ring stirred memories of James's betrayal, and the weight of this new lie felt heavier than the sapphire itself. There's a poignant vulnerability in Agatha here. Her tough exterior cracks under the weight of past hurts and present deceptions. "What's wrong?" John asked, his voice gentle. Agatha gave a shaky laugh. "I still have James's engagement ring. Couldn't bear to wear it, but I keep his wedding band. Silly, isn't it?" John gave her a brief hug. "Best you wear a different one. Bill Wong will be back soon, I bet." He started making coffee and Agatha's cats. Hodge and Boswell pranced across the table. "Do you allow that?" John asked. Frowning. "I let them do what they like," Agatha said. Tables scrubbed regularly. She lifted the cats, shooing them into the garden as the doorbell rang. "It's Mrs. Bloxby," Agatha called, peering through the spy hole. She swung open the door. "Come in, poor you." "What a nightmare." "Where's your husband?" "Helping the police with their inquiries." Mrs. Bloxby said, her face pale as she sat at the kitchen table. "Coffee," John offered. "Yes, please," she said. "Milk, no sugar?" "Why, Miss Jellop?" Agatha asked, her voice soft with concern. "I don't know," Mrs. Bloxby said, accepting a cup from John. "Such a silly, harmless woman." "Where was she from?" John asked. "Everyone in Cotswold villages seems to come from outside these days. No wonder locals complain about losing character. Staffordshire, I believe," Mrs. Bloxby said. "Comfortably off her family maid. Jellop's jams and jellies popular in the north. Not well known here." "Does Alf have an alibi?" Agatha asked gently. "They don't know the exact time of death," Mrs. Bloxby said. Sometime in the evening, Alf was in his study. "Miss Jellop phoned that morning wanting me to call round to discuss something. She was always complaining. Wanted a steel band from Birmingham for church services, that sort of thing. I said I'd come by around 9. Her door was slightly open. No answer. When I rang, I went in, worried. She'd had an accident." Her hand trembled, covering her mouth. And there she was. "Anything around her neck?" John asked. "I couldn't see," Mrs. Bloxby said. "I checked her pulse, then called the police and ambulance. I couldn't bear to look closely. Villages are getting like cities," John said. "No one notices anything anymore. Not like the old days when everyone minded everyone's business." "There's a high hedge on either side of her garden," Mrs. Bloxby said. "It screens the door from neighbors." Miss Jellop lived in a terraced cottage on Dover Rise, behind the general stores, Agatha recalled. "It's a cul-de-sac. Surely someone saw something. Only 4 cottages in that row." Mrs. Bloxby said Mr. and Mrs. Witherspoon were in Evesham, visiting their daughter. The Partingtons were in their back parlor, watching videos and eating TV dinners. Miss Debenham at the end was with her sister in Cheltenham, staying the night. "How do you know all this?" Agatha asked, impressed. "The police were at the vicarage half the night," Mrs. Bloxby said. "They talk as if I'm not there." "What about Tristan's bank account?" John asked. "He paid several sums in cash over the past few weeks." Mrs. Bloxby said, 500 here, 600 there. The police interviewed women he might have preyed on, but they swear they gave him nothing. They checked Mrs. Feather's account, only a large withdrawal to pay for your dinner." "Mrs. Raisin," she said. "Tristan promised to invest for her, but she's terrified of poverty and hoards every penny. His charm must have been potent to get her to spend like that. How much in his account? Agatha asked. Mrs. Bloxby shook her head. Her gray eyes clouded with worry. I don't know. I'm so worried about Alf. Did you find anything? Agatha asked, then quickly added, we don't want the police knowing they'd give us a rocket for interfering. She recounted their New Cross visit and Binzer's story, omitting the engagement ruse. If only it was someone from London. Mrs. Bloxby sighed. The village atmosphere is poisonous. All those women saying Alf was jealous of Tristan? Sunlight glinted through the window, catching the sapphire on Agatha's finger. That's a new ring, Mrs. Bloxby exclaimed. John got rattled and told Bill? We're engaged to cover our London trip, Agatha said, rolling her eyes. Perhaps you should have told the truth, Mrs. Bloxby said gently. Anything to shift suspicion from Alf? I don't think Alf has anything to worry about, John said soothingly. To suspect him of the first murder they'd need, to think you were lying, and no one would believe that Agatha nearly snapped that John had once suggested Mrs. Bloxby might lie to protect Alf, but she bit her tongue. I'd better get back, Mrs. Bloxby said, rising. Alf might return, and I don't want him to find the vicarage empty. Want us to come? Agatha asked. The press have gone, except a few local reporters, Mrs. Bloxby said. I'll be all right. Agatha saw her out and returned to John. Let's check the news, he said. Something big must have happened to scare off the press. Wait until 3. Agatha said, glancing at the clock. It's 20 to. Just sport now. She lit a cigarette, the smoke curling lazily. That's a filthy habit, John remarked. I know, Agatha sighed, but one I love will wait, John said. It'll be easier without the press. We could see Peggy Slither in Ancombe tomorrow. The police won't be there. Did Mrs. Bloxby say where she lived? I can't remember, Agatha said. Get the phone book. She fetched the directory, and John scanned it. Shangri-La, that's it. Gnomes in the garden, here it is, no street. Just the house name snobby, as if she lives in a manor. Ancombe Small should be easy to find. They mulled over the case until Agatha noticed the time. Almost 3. Let's watch the news. In the sitting room, she switched on BBC 24-hour news. The announcer's voice was crisp. The Liberal Democrats. Scottish nationalists and unionists have tabled a motion of no confidence in the government, following revelations that Defense Minister Joseph Demerol accepted large sums from Colonel Gaddafi. That's it, Agatha said. The press won't care about village murders now. We'll get some peace, I'll go. Right, John said, standing. I'll call for you tomorrow. Say 10. All right? Agatha said, suddenly reluctant to be alone. After he left, she stared at a pile of paperbacks on the coffee table. She picked up Jerry's Mistake, a chick-lit novel, and skimmed it. As expected, it was trite 30-something London women, a Cinderella protagonist, a gay best friend doomed to die of AIDS. She tossed it aside, frustrated at her wasted money. The next was the first Harry Potter book bought out of curiosity. She settled in, losing herself in Hogwarts, until the doorbell startled her an hour later. Peering through the spy hole, she saw Bill Wong alone. Guilt and reluctance warred within her as she opened the door. Time we had a chat, he said, his tone serious. Come in, Agatha said, forcing a smile. Bring the thumbscrews. Let's sit in the garden. It's nice after the storm. She grabbed 2 mugs of coffee, and they settled outside, the air fresh and cool. Hodge and Boswell climbed onto Bill Hodge on his lap. Boswell draped around his neck. Amazing how those cats like you, Agatha said, amused. There's a quiet warmth in this moment. Bill's bond with the cats softens the tension. A reminder of their long friendship? Let's focus, Bill said gently, removing the cats. I see the ring, but why do I think you and John were lying? You've got a nasty, suspicious policeman's mind, Agatha said, forcing a laugh. We're very much in love. We get along. Neither of us wants to grow old alone, so we're getting hitched. If you say so, Bill said, unconvinced. No word from James. That lying bastard never returned to the monastery, Agatha said bitterly. He'll probably show up on my wedding day knowing my luck. Forget him, Bill said. Any ideas why Miss Jellop was murdered? I think she knew something, Agatha said. That's why she called Mrs. Bloxby. Though Mrs. Bloxby said she was always complaining. Was she rich? Agatha asked. Comfortably off, Bill said. No will. Her sister in Stoke-on-Trent inherits anything odd in Tristan's bank account. Agatha pressed. Not huge sums, 500, 600, all in cash. Totaling about 15,000, Bill said. He invented that family trust, born. Terence Biles changed his name at 17, after his parents' post office worker and housewife died. Studied divinity, worked at a Kensington church, nothing sinister. The vicar there said. Tristan wanted a rougher area and was sorry to let him go. You haven't been poking around, have you? Bill asked, eyeing her. No, Agatha lied. I've gone off detecting. I want a long, quiet life. Bill stood skeptical. If you'd said that, I might have believed you were getting married, but you and a quiet life, never. If you find anything, tell me. After he left, Agatha sat in the garden, deep in thought. What about the 10,000 from Binzer? The police didn't know about it, so they hadn't checked. Maybe Tristan requested it in cash to avoid taxes. She phoned Binzer's office, battling past the frosty Miss Partle. I wish you'd leave him alone, the secretary snapped. Local lady, get off your bum and tell him Agatha Raisin wants to speak. Agatha retorted Binzer. Came on exasperated. What now? I've told you everything. Just the 10,000, Agatha said. How'd you pay it, cash? Binzer said. Odd, I know. Tristan said he would setting up a special account in New Cross. Needed it to start right away without waiting for a check to clear. You didn't mention he returned it, Agatha said. About a month after I confronted him, it was delivered downstairs in a large envelope. Binzer said, no letter. A week later, he tried to blackmail me, as I told you. I threatened police action, and that was it. As far as I'm concerned, the matter's closed, he added. I heard about the other murder in your village. The killer's there, not here, goodbye. Agatha hung up, her mind racing. Why would Tristan return the money? Vicar Lansing? No, Tristan would have faked penitence while keeping it. She reached for the phone to call John, but stopped. Tomorrow would do. She didn't want to rely on him to fall into needing his company. But that night, lying awake, fear crept in. A murderer was out there, and her thatched cottage felt like a trap. Rustles in the thatch and creaking beams kept her on edge. Just before sleep claimed her, she resolved to see the police in the morning, get permission to flee abroad. Far from danger morning brought clarity. After 2 black coffees and 3 cigarettes, Agatha felt invincible. Her nighttime fears banished. At 10, John's car horn beeped outside. She locked up and joined him, recounting Bill's visit and her call to Binzer as they drove to Ancombe. There's something he's not telling us. John said Tristan wouldn't return the money. Binzer must have threatened him. I don't know, Agatha said. He seems straightforward. Then why imply Tristan kept the money? John countered. He didn't lie, but he omitted it. Here's Ancombe, Agatha said. Look for a Twee cottage. Nothing on the main street, John said. Stop at the post office, I'll ask. He returned with directions. Peggy Slither lived on Sheep Street at the village's far end. Hundreds of sheep streets in the Cotswolds, John muttered, driving on. At the end of the village, he turned right. That's it. Shangri-La up ahead. The modern bungalow was a riot of color, its garden bursting with flowers and plaster gnomes. They walked up a crazy paved path to a doormat reading, Go away. John pressed the bell and Big Ben's chimes echoed. Miss or Mrs., he whispered. Don't know, Agatha said. A dark-haired, middle-aged woman opened the door, her sallow skin contrasting with twinkling eyes that promised humor, but delivered none. Agatha introduced them, and the woman smirked. The Snoops of Carsely. I was making tea. Come in. The living room was a kitsch nightmare, knickknacks, plants, and tacky decor. A palm tree sprouted from an old toilet by the window, and a wall displayed fake antique tin signs. Opposite, a replica of Brussels's mannequin piss peed into a stone basin. The green silk three-piece suite was fringed with gold. I'll get the tea, Peggy said. John eyed the peeing statue. Wonder how the water circulates. Awful thing for a living room? Makes me want to pee, Agatha whispered. Is she trying to be funny with this kitsch? I think she genuinely likes it, John said. Shh, she's back. Peggy returned with a tray, the teapot shaped like a fat man. Its spout his penis. Agatha decided against tea, placing her cup on a side table. All this murder is quite exciting, Peggy said, her husky voice dripping with amusement. Exciting. Agatha stared, appalled. Peggy's flippancy is jarring, a stark contrast to the village's grief, hinting at a callousness that sets my nerves on edge. I thought you were fond of Tristan? Agatha said. Oh, we all were, dear, Peggy said. Such a gorgeous young man. When's the funeral? John asked. Cousins are taking the body to London for cremation? Peggy said. No one knows when until the police release it. I'd like to attend, Agatha said. You had a thing with him, didn't you? If you mean an affair, Agatha said stiffly, I most certainly did not. But Mrs. Feathers says she saw him kissing you goodnight, Peggy said, smirking. A social peck, Agatha snapped, anger rising. I thought you were close to him. Not close, Peggy said. He amused me. Women of our decaying ages like to be seen with beautiful young men. I don't need them, Agatha said. I'm engaged to John. Peggy's eyes raked John from head to toe. How'd you manage that? Did you give Tristan money? John asked quickly. Not a penny, Peggy said. Cost him a few dinners before he gave up on me. Where were you the night he died? John pressed. Silly man, you're not the police, Peggy said, her tone mocking. I thought it'd be funny to see you snoops at work, but this is boring. Agatha stood, rage sharpening her instincts. It's a good act, Peggy dear, but you were in love with him, and he suckered you. I'll find out how. Oh, and did you know he was gay? She grabbed John's arm. Come on. Peggy stared after them, her face a mask of shock. That hit her hard, John said as they climbed into the car. How'd you guess? Her casual jeering was a front. Agatha said. Tristan was a rat and a blackmailer, but he was glorious charming. He made me feel fascinating, desirable. That's why he was dangerous. People pretend he had no effect, but no woman was immune except Mrs. Bloxby. Let's see, Mrs. Trump, John said, starting the engine. Chapter 5, Shadows of Secrets. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows as Agatha Raisin and John Armitage bumped down a potholed drive toward Mrs. Trump's converted barn, just outside Ancombe. Agatha vaguely recalled the mousy woman from village events, small, timid, perpetually overshadowed by her domineering late husband, Colonel Trump. The locals whispered that he'd bullied her relentlessly, a fact that lent a quiet tragedy to her unassuming presence. As they parked, Agatha slammed the car door, startling a flock of rooks roosting in a lightning-scarred tree nearby. The birds swirled skyward, their harsh caws echoing like a warning. The harvested field beside the barn shimmered with golden stubble, alive with pheasants pecking contentedly under a pale autumn sky. The barn itself was imposing, its solid stone walls softened by modern renovations. Agatha rang the bell, and the rooks settled back into their tree, their beady eyes fixed on the intruders. A shiver ran through her. I don't like rooks, she muttered. Birds of ill omen. You mean ravens? John corrected, a hint of amusement in his voice. The door creaked open, revealing Mrs. Trump, blinking myopically against the sunlight, Her frail frame and faded cardigan made her seem even smaller than Agatha remembered Mrs. Raisin and Mr. Armitage. "Is it?" she asked, her voice tremulous. "Yes," Agatha said. "May we come in? We want to talk about Tristan Delon." "Oh dear," Mrs. Trump said, hesitating. "I'm making jam, but I suppose you'd better." She turned shuffling indoors, and they followed her into a vast sitting room, its long French windows flooding the space with light. The furnishings blended old oak with modern comforts, and the air was thick with the sweet, sticky scent of plum jam. "Do sit down," she said, gesturing to a chintz sofa. "I keep the windows closed when I'm jamming, or wasps plague me." "What do you want to know about Mr. Delon?" "We heard you were friendly with him," Agatha said, settling carefully on the sofa, her eyes scanning the room for clues to Mrs. Trump's life. "Yes, I was," Mrs. Trump said, her hands twisting in her lap. "I was so distressed to hear of his death. And now this other terrible murder. There was never anything like this before you arrived?" "Mrs. Raisin." Her tone held a faint accusation, and Agatha bristled. The village's tendency to scapegoat newcomers is exasperating, but it's a stark reminder of how tightly knit and suspicious these communities can be. "It's nothing to do with me," Agatha snapped. "I don't go around murdering people, but I'd like to know who is for Mr. Bloxby's sake." Mrs. Trump's lips pursed. "He has only himself to blame for being a suspect. He was so jealous of Mr. Delon." "Did Tristan tell you that?" Agatha asked, her voice sharp. "He let slip that he was having a difficult time with the vicar," Mrs. Trump said, her eyes darting away. "Did you know he was gay?" John asked abruptly, "and that he tried to trick women into giving him money?" Mrs. Trump's gnarled hand flew to her trembling mouth. "I don't believe it." "That's a wicked thing to say." "I'm afraid it's true," Agatha said firmly. "Did he try to get money from you?" "He told me about a project to start a youth club in the village," Mrs. Trump said, her voice faltering. "He needed help. I offered to support him, had a check ready for him, but he was killed before he could collect it. I'm sure he meant to start that club. He was a real Christian." Her conviction was almost pitiful, a testament to Tristan's manipulative charm. "You're lucky he never collected," Agatha said. "He'd have pocketed the money." "How much was the check for?" £5,000, Mrs. Trump said, unfazed. "That's a lot," Agatha said, raising an eyebrow. "My dear George left me very comfortably off," Mrs. Trump said, a faint smile touching her lips. "He didn't like me spending money. I made all our jam cakes and bread," he insisted. "He'd go over my housekeeping books weekly. And goodness, he'd rage if I spent a penny too much. We lived in that pokey cottage on the Ancombe Road, so full of junk I could hardly move. He never threw anything away. I craved space and light. The cottage was so dark. When he died, I rented a skip, threw everything out, and bought this place." Her smile widened, a spark of defiance in her eyes. "Nice, isn't it?" "How did your husband die?" John asked, his tone casual but probing. In a fit of temper, Mrs. Trump said, her voice oddly calm. "I kept telling him to watch his blood pressure. The cigarette did it. I think he smoked too much." Agatha's hand strayed to the cigarette packet in her handbag, guilt prickling her conscience. "What happened?" she asked. "I craved cigarettes," Mrs. Trump said. "George wouldn't let me smoke. A new cut-price grocery opened in Evesham, and I realized if I shopped there instead of the village store, I could enter the village prices in the books and save enough for a packet of cigarettes. He said he was going golfing, so I lit one up. He came crashing back, forgot something, and started ranting about my smoking. Then he made gargling sounds and dropped dead." Her smile returned, chilling in its serenity. "I sat and watched him for a while before calling the ambulance. He was quiet for the first time." Agatha's skin prickled. There's something unsettling about Mrs. Trump's quiet triumph, a glimpse of steel beneath her mousy exterior that makes me wonder what else she's capable of. "To get back to Tristan," she said, steering the conversation. "How did he first contact you?" He called on me doing rounds for the vicar? Mrs. Trump said. So charming. He loved this house. Said he could live here forever. He said Mr. Bloxby was a bully. I told him I knew about bullying, shared my life with George. But Mrs. Bloxby's no bully, Agatha added firmly. You've known her a long time. Can you see her putting up with one? Mr. Delon said she was long-suffering Mrs. Trump replied, her tone defensive. Even if he was gay? Where's the shame in that? None, Agatha said, except he hid it to trick women out of money. A mulish look hardened Mrs. Trump's face. I think you'd better go. I won't listen to more slander and lies. She rose, strode to the front door, and held it open. Don't come back. She deliberately smoked that cigarette to trigger his fit, Agatha said waspishly as they drove away. Terrifying woman. One thing came out of it, John said. She had a check ready for Tristan. If he was taking checks, not just cash, he might have planned to grab as much as he could and vanish. Maybe, Agatha said, annoyed. She hadn't thought of it, but if he took village money and disappeared, he'd need to leave the church. His position as curate made it easier to con people unless he feared for his life and planned to flee the country. John said, his eyes on the road. What now? It's early. We could go to London, try the church in Kensington where Tristan worked. Bill didn't say which church, Agatha pointed out. It might be in West Kensington. Could take all day? I bet it's South Kensington, John said. Tristan would want somewhere fashionable. But if the police call, we're stuck. Let's leave it till tomorrow, Agatha said. Let's check on Mrs. Bloxby at the vicarage. Mrs. Bloxby led them to the garden, where roses bloomed in defiant bursts of color against the autumn chill. Alf's lying down, she said, her face drawn. This has been a nightmare. No word of strangers in the village? Agatha asked, settling into a wicker chair. Nothing, Mrs. Bloxby said. People were glued to their TVs. I wonder what Miss Jellop wanted to tell me. Was it important or just another complaint? She sighed, her eyes distant. I'll never know. What about the press? Agatha asked. Some must have been around. People might have mistaken a stranger for a reporter and not mentioned it. There's a letter from Vicar Lansing, introducing Tristan. Mrs. Bloxby said it might name the church. Wait here? She went inside, leaving them in the quiet garden. We've neglected the pub, John said. It's a gossip hub. Let's go there after get lunch. Mrs. Bloxby returned with a letter, handing it to John. Much to Agatha's irritation, she scooted her chair closer, reading over his shoulder. The letter cited Tristan's need to move to the country for his mental health, noting his previous post at St. David's in South Kensington. Before New Cross, we'll go tomorrow, John said. It's probably someone from his past. Miss Jellop's murder feels tied to Tristan's present, Mrs. Bloxby pointed out. She might have learned something. Has her sister arrived? Agatha asked. I haven't heard, Mrs. Bloxby said. I'll let you know. We're off to the pub for lunch, Agatha said. Care to join? No, Alf will be up soon, Mrs. Bloxby said. Thank you. They drove the short distance to the Red Lion, and Agatha felt a pang of guilt. We're getting lazy, she said. I used to walk everywhere. It wasn't true. She rarely exercised, and her bicycle rusted in the shed. She thought of Roy Silver, her former assistant, and Sir Charles Fraith. Her sometime ally, neither had called, despite the murders plastered across the news. Even Bill Wong looked at her with a policeman's scrutiny. Now not a friend's warmth. The isolation stung, a reminder that her fierce independence often left her alone. The pub was a smoky haze, not from cigarettes, but from a sputtering fire. Landlord John Fletcher was poking at green logs, coughing. Last load of wood, he grumbled, spotting them. He tossed in a firelighter, and reluctant flames licked up. What can I get you? They ordered beer and sandwiches, retreating to a corner table by an open window. The fire crackled, and beyond the car park, golden stubble fields stretched under a pale sun. The chilly breeze carried the scent of autumn. If only these murders hadn't happened, Agatha thought, forgetting how bored she'd been. A quiet lunch beer and her cats would have been bliss. Fletcher brought their order. "What's the gossip?" Agatha asked. "Not much," he said. "At first, everyone thought the vicar did it. Now they're saying the curate wasn't so nice, so it must have been an outsider. A customer called and he left." Agatha sipped her beer, grimacing. She preferred gin and tonic, but ordered beer to avoid drinking too much alcohol. Aged the skin, a fact she resented. The brisk tap of high heels announced, "Miss Sims, secretary of the Ladies' Society, clutching a rum and vodka mint." "Mind if I join?" she asked. "Please," John said, pulling out a chair. "Terrible about Miss Jellop?" "In it," Miss Sims said, settling next to Agatha. But she had it coming, always poking her nose and gossiping. "Said awful things about you, Mrs. Raisin." "Don't want to know," Agatha snapped. "Still think Tristan was a saint?" "No," Miss Sims said. "He did a nasty thing. The day before he was murdered, he asked me out. Said he was tired of old women in the village. I was flattered me with him. He invited me to dinner at Stab Ross in Chipping Norton, 8 o'clock. By 10 past, he hadn't shown. By 8:30 I left. Couldn't afford their prices, so I paid for my drink, got fish and chips on Sheep Street, and went home. Phoned Mrs. Feathers, and she said he was with you. You couldn't be disturbed. He invited me that afternoon." Agatha said, stunned. "Why'd he ask you?" "Maybe he did it deliberately," John said. He'd already booked with Agatha. "Maybe he enjoyed leaving you. Waiting." "He seems so nice," Miss Sims said, "but there's murmurs. He could be cruel." "Examples?" Agatha asked Mrs. Brown from the mobile library. Miss Sims said, "He was charming one week, then announced the book selection was for morons, implying she chose them." "Everyone knows she does." There was a shocked silence, but he stood there gorgeous, smiling sweetly so people thought they misheard. Then Mr. Crinstead, in the council houses. Tristan played chess with him. Crinstead let him win at first, but when he beat him, Tristan got angry, accused him of cheating. "That's good," Agatha said. "If people see Tristan's true colors, they won't think Alf killed him in jealousy. But they still say, who else could have done it?" Miss Sims said. Miss Jellop wasn't popular, always complaining. She said spiteful things about the vicar, claiming he killed Tristan. Agatha sighed wearily. The village's gossip mill was relentless, keeping Alf in the crosshairs. I feel Agatha's frustration. The community's quick judgments and lingering suspicions make her quest to clear Alf feel like pushing a boulder uphill. "What now?" she asked John as Miss Sims left. "Let's check the Stoke-on-Trent directory for Jellop's sister," John said. "We might get her number." Tristan told Miss Jellop something that made her dangerous. At the library, Agatha scanned the residential listings. "Nothing here," she said. "Try businesses," John suggested. "Jellops, jams, and jellies." Agatha found it, jotting down the details. Back at her cottage, she petted her cats, letting them into the garden. The shrubs looked dull. She'd fired her lazy gardener, and next year, she vowed she'd plant vibrant flowers. John joined her. "Miss Jellop's sister is Mrs. Essex. Nice woman, gave me her home address. Want to try it?" "You do it?" Agatha said, suddenly weary. The case felt like a treadmill, and John's steady presence unnerved her. His regular good looks made her feel plain out of place, as if such men were for younger, prettier women. She couldn't relax without a spark of attraction, a dynamic she didn't share with John. He returned, excited. Spoke to her husband. "Mrs. Essex is at Merchester Police Headquarters. Let's go. We might catch her." "We won't recognize her," Agatha said, reluctant. "There might be a family resemblance," John said. "It's taped off at the cottage, so she's not there." "Come on." They parked outside Merchester Police Headquarters, studying passers-by. After an hour, Agatha yawned. "No one looks like her. She probably left ages ago." "Let's go." "That might be her," John said. A middle-aged woman with protruding eyes and a ferreting appearance emerged with a policewoman. They climbed into a police car which pulled away. "Now what?" Agatha asked. "We follow John," said, starting the engine. "She might be staying locally." "They're heading to Carsely," John said, after a few miles. "Must be tough staying where her sister was murdered," Agatha said. "I wouldn't." "Maybe protecting her assets," John said. "She'll inherit." The police car entered Carsely, stopping at Dover Rise. "Best go home," John said. "We'll walk up later when the police are gone to my place." Agatha's heart sank as they entered John's cottage. It bore no trace of James Lacey, her ex-husband, whose chaotic books once spilled from the shelves. John's were neatly ordered, his metal desk stark against the window. The chintz armchairs and bare oak coffee table felt impersonal. "Drink?" John asked. "Gin and tonic." Agatha said, "No lemon or ice." "I'm British," John said, grinning. "Warm it is." Agatha closed her eyes, trying to summon James's presence, but John's return shattered the illusion. She accepted the glass, sipping the lukewarm drink. "You live like a bachelor," she said, noting the pristine order. "Only way I can," John said. "One day of sloppiness, and it's chaos." He glanced out the window. Police car just passed. He opened the door, looking out. Bill. Agatha groaned, guilt flooding her. "I feel like a naughty schoolgirl every time I see him." Bill Wong entered alone. "Was that you following us from Merchester?" "We were shopping," Agatha said defensively. "Saw the police car ahead. Didn't know you were in it." "I was in the car behind," Bill said, studying her. "What are you up to?" "You never leave things alone, Agatha." "It's this engagement," John said smoothly. "We're deciding whether to keep one cottage or buy something bigger." "So you say," Bill said, unconvinced. "Heard anything?" "The villagers think Tristan was nasty," Agatha said, relaying Miss Sims' story. "That's odd," Bill said. "If he was gay and fleecing rich women, why target someone like Miss Sims who's not wealthy? He'd want to stay charming, unless he was spooked and planning to leave. Maybe he wanted the church money," Agatha said. "Hoped for a check from me or dumped Miss Sims because I was a better mark. But he asked her out after me." "Did Mrs. Feathers mention calls that night?" Bill asked. "Not that she knows, except Miss Sims's," Agatha said. "She must have been flustered." Bill said. "Maybe she got the evening wrong." "You had dinner Tuesday. What if he meant Wednesday and she misunderstood?" "I'll check the restaurant," John said, grabbing an Oxfordshire phone book. "I'll call from the bedroom." "You're really getting married again?" Bill asked, scrutinizing Agatha. "Seems a good idea," she said. "Women my age marry for companionship, someone to go to pubs or fix fuses." "I'm done with love," Bill raised an eyebrow. "Not you, Agatha. Is Miss Jellop's sister staying at the cottage?" "How'd you know it was her?" Agatha asked, feigning innocence. "The police car went to Dover Rise," Bill said. "Why do I think you staked out headquarters and tailed her?" "You've got a suspicious copper's mind," Agatha said. John returned. "Mystery solved. Tristan booked for Friday, not Thursday." The restaurant was quiet, so they seated Miss Sims, thinking she was waiting for someone else. "Another dead end," Bill said, standing. "Don't bother Mrs. Essex." "Who's she?" Agatha asked, wide-eyed. "As if you didn't know," Bill said, leaving. "Are we bothering?" "Mrs. Essex?" John asked. "Of course," Agatha said. "Wait till the police are gone." Mrs. Bloxby appeared outside, and John called her in. She looked radiant, her gray eyes bright. "You look great," Agatha exclaimed. "Good news?" "No," Mrs. Bloxby said, smiling. "I've been in church renewing my faith." Agatha shifted, embarrassed. She recounted Bill's visit and Miss Sims' story. Why'd he ask her out, she wondered. "Maybe he wasn't gay," Mrs. Bloxby said slowly. "He might have said that to reject and hurt people. Beautiful men are often assumed gay. I made that mistake myself." When you dined with him, did he seem gay? No, Agatha admitted. He exuded sexual vibes. If he was cruel, he might have enjoyed leading people on, implying he was gay to men, then rejecting them. Telling women he was gay to spurn them. He manipulated everyone. He hinted I was wasted on Alf, but it didn't work. I've never fallen out of love with my husband. Agatha felt a pang of jealousy. Quickly suppressed, Mrs. Bloxby's devotion was enviable, a stark contrast to Agatha's own romantic failures. There's a quiet strength in Mrs. Bloxby's faith and love, a grounding force amid the chaos of murder and suspicion. They rehashed Tristan's crimes, getting nowhere, and Mrs. Bloxby left. John glanced at his watch. Let's try Mrs. Essex now. They walked to Dover Rise. The cul-de-sac quiet. If she was well off. Why such a modest cottage, John mused. Workers' cottages originally, Agatha said. Still nearly £200,000. Cotswolds living is pricey. Everyone wants a piece. Second homeowners sold London properties during the recession. Commuting from here, it's only an hour and a half to London from Morton. No police cars, John said, scanning the street. No copper on duty either. Why are they called coppers? Agatha asked. Nerves jangling. Constable on patrol, huh? John said. Why play Trivial Pursuit? I'm nervous, Agatha admitted. I expect Bill to leap out of the bushes. We look like nosy Parkers, not detectives. Curse of the amateur, John said cheerfully. Where's your stiff upper lip? All over my loose, wobbly lower one, Agatha quipped, managing a smile. At Miss Jellop's cottage, the door stood open. Agatha rang the bell, suddenly self-conscious in her trousers blouse and flat sandals. I haven't been to the beautician in ages, she thought, panicking. Am I growing a mustache? She fumbled for her compact, peering into the mirror, searching for rogue hairs. Can I help you? A voice asked. Agatha snapped the compact shut, blushing. Mrs. Essex stood before her, her protruding eyes and ferreting features eerily reminiscent of her sister. Agatha introduced them as Miss Jellop's friends offering condolences. Too kind. Mrs. Essex said, her gaze intense, as if inspecting Agatha for facial hair. You want to talk about Ruby? Yes, Agatha said, taking a deep breath. Her usual confidence faltered. I've helped the police on murder cases before. We thought we could help find her killer. Ask a few questions. I've told the police everything Mrs. Essex said. John stepped forward, flashing a charming smile. As you may know, I write detective stories. John Armitage? Mrs. Essex's lips parted in a smile. I saw you on the South Bank show. Come in, this is exciting. Hardly the grieving sister Agatha. Thought sourly following them inside, Mrs. Essex's enthusiasm for John's minor fame is almost comical, but it underscores how charisma, like Tristan's, can disarm even the wary. I'm making an inventory, Mrs. Essex said. Ruby never spent much on herself, John spoke up. Your sister phoned Mrs. Bloxby asking her to call round about something important, but she was dead by then. Did Ruby say anything to you that might suggest she knew something dangerous? No, Mrs. Essex said. We hadn't spoken in 3 years. We fell out. I was amazed the police found Ruby's will, leaving everything to me. She changed it the day before she died. Agatha's eyes gleamed. Who was the previous beneficiary? That curate, the one murdered. Mrs. Essex said. Ruby had schoolgirl crushes on men. You didn't know? Agatha asked, her voice sharp. Mrs. Essex's eyes flashed with malice. Meaning, did I kill her the moment I knew she changed her will? Leave detecting to your friend here. Might there be letters or a diary among her papers? John asked quickly. Ask the police, they took everything, Mrs. Essex said. Now I have a lot to do. Will you sell the cottage? Agatha asked. Maybe keep it for holidays, Mrs. Essex said. My husband's retiring soon. When did you last speak to Ruby? Agatha pressed. 3 years ago, Mrs. Essex said, her tone final. Not much there, John said gloomily as they walked back through the village. Cars have killed village gossip. People used to stand around chatting. Now they drive everywhere. That means empty lanes, Agatha said impatiently. A stranger would have been noticed unless they posed as a reporter. The village is fed up with the press. They see someone who looks like a journalist and look away. I can spot a real journalist a mile off, Agatha said. How, John asked. Even if they're well-dressed, they've got a shabby, people-pleasing alcoholism about them, Agatha said. You're sour because you were in PR, John teased. I bet you didn't crawl to them. You scared them into writing what you wanted. It was true, but Agatha didn't want to hear it. She saw herself as a shy, vulnerable waif, not the stocky, assertive woman she glimpsed in mirrors. They walked in silence. Then she said, "What next?" "London tomorrow," John said. "St. David's in South Kensington." Chapter 6. A Trail of Envy and Deception. The morning sun filtered through the curtains of Agatha Raisin's cottage, casting golden streaks across the kitchen as she prepared for the day. She slipped into a silky gold jersey suit, its short skirt accentuating her best feature, her shapely legs now encased in sheer tights. Her feet perched in high-heeled sandals clicked confidently on the floorboards. She'd decided it was time to dress up again, to reclaim the polished persona she'd let slip amid the chaos of murder investigations. Not, she told herself firmly, that this had anything to do with John Armitage. Yet as she caught her reflection in the hall mirror, she couldn't deny a flicker of hope that her chic ensemble might spark some interest from him, a way to regain the upper hand in their partnership. Agatha's need to feel in control is so relatable. Her armor of style hides a vulnerability that makes her all the more human. John's car was waiting outside, and as she slid into the passenger seat, he glanced at her with a warm smile. "You look very nice," he said, his tone genuine. "Thanks," Agatha replied gruffly, brushing off the compliment. She wished she'd insisted on driving herself. There was something about John taking the wheel both literally and figuratively that made her feel diminished. Agatha thrived on being in charge, and his easy confidence behind the steering wheel grated on her. Subconsciously, she'd hoped her glamorous outfit might stir a spark of attraction, tipping the dynamic in her favor. But her conscious mind refused to acknowledge such thoughts, burying them beneath her usual brisk determination. As they merged onto the M40, John pointed ahead. "Look at that dreadful advertisement." Where Agatha craned her neck. But they'd already passed it, it said. "Only 91 shopping days to Christmas." John said, shaking his head. "The shops are already stuffed with crackers and wrapping paper. The adults have ruined Christmas for the children with all this commercialism." Agatha said, her tone sharp. "Wrong," John countered. "The children have ruined Christmas for the adults." Agatha frowned, puzzled. "How do you figure that kids expect to get exactly what they want?" John explained. "Friends of mine with children say something new comes out in July, and the kids demand it immediately. Tell them to wait for Christmas and they throw a fit. It'll be old by then. They don't want surprises, they want what they demand. No shining faces under the tree, just complaints like, 'Why'd you buy this computer game? It's months old.' Greedy kids, disappointed parents. That's Christmas. Surely it's the parents' fault," Agatha argued. "Can't they put their foot down and say, 'You'll get what we give you and nothing over £5. They'd never be forgiven," John said. "Kids today have to keep up with the Joneses. They don't want to go back to school after the holidays, unable to compete with their peers' hall." Agatha considered this, her mind drifting to her own childless life. She'd never had to navigate such battles. But the thought of entitled children soured her mood. "I'm going away for Christmas," she declared. "Where?" John asked. "Don't know. Stick a pin in the map," she said airily. "I'll probably go somewhere myself, but just for a bit. I don't like leaving my cats." "Your cats adore Doris Simpson," John said, referring to Agatha's cleaner and occasional pet sitter. "They're your cat's possessive, aren't you?" "We could go somewhere together," John suggested casually. Agatha's heart skipped, but she masked it with a shrug. "Why?" "Why not?" John said, "unless you prefer your own company when traveling." "Actually, I do," Agatha said, her tone cooler than intended. "Suit yourself." "I'll find someone else." She regretted her sharpness, instantly staring out the window as a reckless driver veered across lanes. Why did I get miffed? She wondered. He didn't say anything affectionate, but why should he? Why do I care? Growing up would be nice, she thought wryly. It's Beaton's genius that Agatha's prickly pride and hidden longing for connection clash so vividly, making her both exasperating and endearing. She forced her mind to the Carsely murders. Why had John assumed Tristan was gay? Jealousy. She thought back to her dinner with Tristan, a memory she'd tried to erase after his cruel rejection. He hadn't struck her as gay, far from it. His charm had been laced with sexual undertones, a deliberate lure. Perhaps he'd posed as gay to toy with women, leading them on before rebuffing them. Or maybe he'd flirted with men, only to claim heterosexuality as a rejection. Had he behaved at the South Kensington church, or was his manipulative streak evident even then? Her thoughts wandered to her PR days, dealing with journalists she'd often scorned. Their resilience in facing rejection and dead ends humbled her now. Perhaps she should have been kinder. Might it have made her more successful? This rare introspection stemmed from a desire to escape the case, to avoid the nagging sense that John was overshadowing her. His name opened doors. People recognized him. While she, a woman, was seen as meddling. Had women's liberation been a myth? Respect for women seemed to have eroded, replaced by expectations to juggle work and family without a claim. They were nearing South Kensington, and John's voice broke her reverie. Look for a free parking meter. They cruised the leafy streets, striking gold. When a man vacated a spot 2 streets from St. David's Church. I hope it's someone from Tristan's. London passed, Agatha said as they locked the car. I want Carsely to return to its dull time warp self. I might have agreed, John said, if not for Miss Jellop's murder. It's nearly lunchtime, Agatha noted, glancing at her watch. Some churches have midday services. With all the thefts, many stay locked. St. David's was a small Victorian gem nestled between modern flats. To Agatha's relief, the door stood open. She followed John inside, irritated that he, as usual, took the lead. The church was dim, scented with incense, its flickering candles casting shadows on the stations of the cross. Isn't this Catholic? She whispered. No Church of England, John said. Very high bells and smells. A man in shirt sleeves emerged from a side door, approaching the altar. Excuse me? John called. The man turned, walking down the aisle. He wore a gray shirt and black trousers, his thin, intelligent face framed by wire-rimmed glasses. John introduced them, explaining their quest to uncover Tristan's past. I'm Hugh Beresford, the vicar? The man said, his voice soft but firm. I was distressed to read about Tristan's murder. So sad. What was his behavior like here, Agatha? Asked, her tone sharper than intended. Exemplary, Beresford said, then hesitated. Until what? Agatha demanded. I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Beresford said. And it wasn't entirely his fault, but we should talk privately. He glanced at a woman kneeling in a back pew. Follow me. He led them through a heavy oak door beside the altar, down a stone passage lined with hanging surplices, and into a small wood-paneled room. A plain desk and hard chairs furnished the space, and the muffled roar of Old Brompton Road traffic seeped through the walls. Agatha's chair pinched her thighs, and pins and needles prickled her foot. She shifted uncomfortably, eager for answers. Please sit, Beresford said. I'll tell you what I know. Though it may not bear on the case, I shouldn't share what I haven't told the police, but since your vicar risks false accusation, I'll help. Where to begin? He paused, collecting his thoughts. Tristan was charming, a great asset to the parish at first, but his exceptional looks led to trouble. You must promise confidentiality. Absolutely, Agatha said, and John nodded. A very attractive lady began attending services? Beresford continued. She grew friendly with Tristan, and other women in the congregation became jealous. One claimed they were having an affair. I confronted Tristan, and he said they were to be married. She was a divorcee in her late 40s, wealthy, high class. I pointed out the age difference and social disparity. She'd be seen as keeping a toy boy. He wouldn't listen, insisting he was in love. Agatha raised her eyebrows. Tristan in love? Or dazzled by wealth and sophistication? The vicar's naivety is almost touching. He seems blind to Tristan's greed, a testament to the curate's ability to deceive even the perceptive. I considered reporting it to the bishop, but delayed. Beresford said, "He seemed so in love I shouldn't have, but I visited the lady. When I explained the challenges of marrying someone so young, she laughed, saying Tristan was amusing, but she'd never marry him. I urged her to leave him alone. She was raising false hopes." When she told him it was over and mentioned my visit, Tristan returned in a rage, accusing me of ruining his life. He said he was sick of being poor. "So he wasn't in love," Agatha exclaimed. "It was her money." "Dear me," Beresford said, startled. "I hadn't thought of it that way." "Who was she?" John asked. "I shouldn't say," Beresford said. "She's left the parish." "We'll be discreet," John assured him. "We're not journalists or police." After a long pause, Beresford relented. "Lady Charlotte Bellinge." "Do you know where she is now?" Agatha asked. "I'm afraid not," Beresford said. They thanked him and left the church, stepping into the crisp London air. "How do we find Charlotte Bellinge?" John asked. "I've got newspaper contacts," Agatha said, "but they'd want to interview us about the murders." "Wait, I know Tanya Cartwright, social editor at Gossip Magazine. She'll help." At the gossip offices, Tanya paled when her secretary announced Agatha Raisin. Agatha had once bullied her into featuring a client in her column, a memory that still haunted the brittle, hard-faced editor. "Tell her I'm out," Tanya hissed, but the door swung open and Agatha strode in, John at her side. "Some woman's bothering me," Tanya said brightly. "Recovering." "How nice to see you, Agatha." She dismissed her secretary with a wave. Her latest facelift hadn't softened her sharp features, and her huge gold bracelets jangled on a bony wrist. She looked terrified, and John hid a smile. Tanya's fear of Agatha is pure Beaton humor. Agatha's formidable presence turns even seasoned editors into quivering wrecks. Agatha introduced John, and Tanya relaxed slightly. "So pleased to meet you," she said. "We must do a profile sometime." "Delighted," John said. "May I explain why we're here?" "I'll explain," Agatha said harshly, launching into the murders and asking if Tanya knew Charlotte Bellinge's whereabouts. Relief flooded Tanya's face. Agatha wasn't pitching a social climber. She clicked through her computer. "Here she is, number 25, Parrott Street off the King's Road in Chelsea." "I know it," Agatha said. "Thanks, Tanya. We're off." As they left, Tanya called. "A word, Mr. Armitage." John went back and she shut the door, leaving Agatha fuming outside. He emerged moments later. "What was that about?" Agatha demanded. "She wants to meet for lunch sometime," John said. Airily. Grunted Agatha muttered, stung. "She might have asked me." "She's not attracted to you," John said, a smug edge to his voice. They left the car in an underground park, opting for the tube to Sloane Square to avoid Chelsea's parking nightmare. The King's Road buzzed with memories for Agatha, her youth scraping by in a pricey Draycott Gardens flat ambition, her only warmth. Evenings saw trendy crowds in restaurants, laughing while she, an outsider, felt achingly alone. She shook off the nostalgia as they turned onto Parrott Street, a narrow lane of white stuccoed houses. Charlotte Bellinge's home was thin and elegant, an open downstairs window suggesting someone was in. John rang the bell and a young girl answered. Her pale, spotty face sported a nose stud and multiple earrings, her short tube top revealing a pierced belly button. "What?" she asked, her tone surly. "Is Lady Bellinge home?" Agatha asked. "Who wants her?" The girl said. John handed her his card, stepping in front of Agatha. The girl vanished, returning to say, "Come in." She led them to a ground-floor sitting room, where Charlotte Bellinge glided forward, exquisite and dainty. She was perfectly groomed, her unlined face framed by pale gold hair, her large blue eyes striking. A white silk shirt and tight black trousers accentuated her elegance. Agatha felt dowdy despite her suit, resentment simmering as John stared dazzled. "Why is a famous detective writer calling?" Charlotte asked, her voice musical. John explained their mission, and Agatha bristled at being sidelined. "How fascinating," Charlotte drawled. "Like one of your novels, but I don't see how I can help." Tristan was a gorgeous boy, and yes, he had a crush on me. "Did you have an affair?" Agatha demanded, irritated by John's besotted grin. "No," Charlotte said, her eyes flicking to John. "He amused me so very beautiful, but he became demanding. I'm not made of money." "He asked for money." Agatha leaned forward. "Not directly," Charlotte said, waving a manicured hand. "When I took him to smart restaurants, he'd complain his clothes were shabby, so I paid for tailoring. Then he demanded things as if entitled. I got bored, told him to stick to his own age, and to leave me alone. He tried to blackmail me, threatening to tell the social columns we'd had an affair. I said I'd sue. I was moving to Chelsea anyway, glad to escape him. He'd become frightening, living in fantasies, believing I'd marry him and he'd live in luxury. He craved the good life," she added. "Once in a shop, he stroked a cashmere sweater like a lover begging me to buy it. He got shrill, so I did to avoid a scene." "Were you surprised he was murdered?" Agatha asked. "Yes," Charlotte said. "If I'd heard he'd murdered someone, I'd have been less shocked." "Boring raking over the past," she said, turning a dazzling smile on John. "Tell me about your books." John launched into a lengthy monologue, and Agatha shifted restlessly, feeling invisible. When he finished, Charlotte glanced at Agatha. "Are you two an item?" Agatha opened her mouth to mention their fake engagement, but John cut in. "We're pretending to be engaged to keep the police from knowing we've been investigating in London." Charlotte's tinkling laugh grated. "How funny. You're very amusing, John." She extracted a card from her handbag, my mobile and email. "We should have dinner." "Wonderful," John said, his eyes bright. "Excuse me," Agatha snapped. "Did Tristan court other women in the parish?" "No," Charlotte said, her gaze drifting back to John. "He was wrapped up in me." "Hardly surprising," John said, and they locked eyes, oblivious to Agatha's fury. She stood stocky and militant. "We'd best go," Charlotte led them out, and Agatha overheard John murmur, "I'll phone you soon," followed by Charlotte's amused, "Next time leave your dragon behind." She could have done it. Agatha fumed, stomping along the King's Road. "Mark my words." "Nonsense," John said. "She wouldn't hurt a fly, but we know." "Tristan was the same in London as in New Cross, I suppose," Agatha conceded, hiding her jealousy. "We're now back to Carsely," John said. "Peggy Slither's nastiness put us off. I'll see her alone." Agatha nodded, relieved. John would be in Carsely, not dining with Charlotte. "We've forgotten the attack on Tristan in New Cross," she said. "Were the police called?" "We could ask Vicar Lansing," John said. "He didn't mention Binzer at first, so he might be withholding more." An hour later, they sat in Lansing's study. "I really don't think you should keep coming," Lansing said, exasperated. "The attack on Tristan," Agatha said. "Was it reported to the police?" "No," Lansing said. "Tristan was hysterical, hospitalized. He told them he'd fallen. He kept saying he wanted to get away, seemed repentant about Binzer." "Did you know he returned the money?" Agatha pressed. "Yes," Lansing said. "He assured me he had." Agatha clicked her tongue. You let us assume he hadn't. On reflection, I doubted he had, Lansing said. Now you say he did, which relieves my conscience. He must have been truly repentant. I doubt it, John said. Repentance wasn't in his nature. The beating and the money's return are connected. We should talk to Binzer, Agatha said. But Binzer was abroad, and Miss Partle, his formidable secretary, blocked them, sensibly dressed with intelligent eyes behind thick glasses. She surveyed John with contempt, as he suggested the beating and money were linked. Keep fiction for your books? Mr. Armitage, she said. We're not the mafia. We deal with the law. Do the police know you're investigating? I've helped the police before, Agatha said defensively. Meaning they don't know, Partle said. I think they should. Don't trouble us again. On the drive home, Agatha and John debated whether Partle would inform the police. By the time they reached Lilac Lane, they'd convinced themselves she wouldn't. Neither she nor Binzer would want his connection to Tristan exposed. Then they saw the police car outside Agatha's cottage. Probably something else, John said. But Agatha's unease grew. The 3-hour drive delayed by an M40 accident had given Partle time to act. Wilkes and Bill Wong stepped out. Wilkes's face grim. We'll talk inside, he said. Agatha led them to the kitchen, her cats trailing her. She let Hodge and Boswell into the garden, masking her nerves. What can I do for you? She asked brightly. Coffee. Something stronger. Sit down. Wilkes commanded. Binzer's lawyers called. He's faxing a statement. He was conned out of £10,000 by Delon, which was returned. He told you hoping that'd be the end, as it might harm his business reputation. The murder happened here, so he didn't contact us. Until you suggested to his secretary he'd hired people to beat Delon. Agatha's heart sank. Wilkes's fury is palpable. Agatha's amateur sleuthing has crossed a line, and the consequences feel all too real. You've withheld information and interfered. Wilkes continued. I could charge you, but you've helped before, Mrs. Raisin. So I'll say this: no more investigating. If we hadn't found out about Binzer, you wouldn't have either. Perhaps, Agatha said crossly. But Binzer has nothing to do with it. He's powerful with friends in high places, and you want to keep your job. Do not approach him again, Wilkes said. Understand? Yes, Agatha said meekly. What else have you kept from us? Wilkes demanded. Agatha nearly said nothing, but John spoke. We saw Charlotte Bellinge. She's unrelated, but we wanted a clearer picture of Tristan to understand who'd kill him. Miss Jellop's connections were in Stoke, Bill said, speaking for the first time. She's unlinked to Binzer or Bellinge. You've trodden on the toes of the rich and powerful Agatha and lied to me. Agatha flushed guilt, twisting her gut. You'll come to headquarters now, Wilkes said, full statements, and then leave policing to us. 3 hours later, they emerged from Merchester Police Headquarters exhausted. It's 1 a.m. and I'm starving, Agatha said. There's an all-night place on the bypass, John said. Let's eat and review. No point going on, Agatha said. You'd better have your ring back. Not yet, John said. Bill would be crushed if he knew we lied about that too. The restaurant was grim, reeking of old grease under harsh fluorescent lights. They collected plates of sausage, egg, and chips, sitting by the window, their tired faces starkly lit. This lets Binzer out, John said. I suppose, Agatha agreed. We goaded him into going to the police. If he had something to hide, he wouldn't have. I should have trusted my first judgment. He's honest, just furious at being conned. Back to the Cotswolds, John said. Peggy Slither's rudeness was to keep us away. I'll try her tomorrow. You tackle Mrs. Trump. What if they call the police? Agatha said miserably. Not tomorrow, John said. I'll write you do whatever you do, and we let the police cool off. Agatha slept late, waking tired and guilty about lying to Bill. She phoned John, inviting him for dinner, but he was behind on his book. I'm off to London tomorrow to see my agent and publishers, he said. Might stay a few days? Why'd I leave my keys with you? In case of a gas leak or something, Agatha said. Sure, John said. Pop them through my letterbox tomorrow. Someone's at the door, got to go. It was Mrs. Bloxby, her gentle face etched with concern. I heard the police were here last night. Anything wrong? Agatha sighed, letting her in. Amazing how nobody saw Miss Jellop's murder, but everyone knows I had the police. She recounted Binzer's complaint, and Mrs. Bloxby sat her battered handbag on the kitchen table. Agatha studied her mangy handbag, droopy cardigan, baggy tweed skirt, yet she radiated ladylike grace. If only you could solve these murders, Mrs. Bloxby said. The village won't be the same until you do. I'm shackled, Agatha said. The police will charge me if I continue. Did you learn anything else? Mrs. Bloxby asked. Agatha shared Charlotte's story. Tristan was furious. Mrs. Bloxby said, Beauty title, wealth all snatched away. He thought he was using her, but she used him. He wasn't gay, Agatha said. Hard to tell with everyone, a mix of masculine and feminine. The London trail's dead. It's someone here, tell me about Peggy Slither, Agatha said. She's divorced, Mrs. Bloxby said. Her husband Harry, a wealthy businessman, had an affair. She hired a detective, gathered evidence, and took him for a lot in the divorce, including the house. He'd mocked her vulgar tastes, so she redecorated to spite him. John's seeing her alone? Yes, Agatha said, wincing, as Mrs. Bloxby noted Tristan's preference for wealthy women. So much for my charms, she thought wryly. The parish work continues. Mrs. Bloxby said, We need an event for Save the Children. We've done jumble sales, fetes, country dances. Any ideas? People love to gamble, Agatha said. A fishing competition. Mrs. Bloxby produced a yellow plastic duck with a hook on its head. The scouts use these for fishing contests. Lines, water tanks, prizes for hooking the most ducks. No money in it, Agatha said, examining the duck. But if you remove the hook, weight it for balance, and add a cocktail stick with a flag, you could have duck races. Duck races. Mrs. Bloxby's eyes lit up. Yes, Agatha said, warming to the idea. They'd bring in gambling. Ask Farmer Brent to use his stream. Run 6 races, get sponsors. John Fletcher at the Red Lion could have a Fletcher race. Charge entrance fees, set up a refreshment tent. Lay planks across the stream for start and finish lines. I'll handle betting. Let people wager on ducks. Small prizes for winners. Reuse the ducks for each race. Dry them and sell them again. It could work. It could, Mrs. Bloxby said. We'd need good weather. October's forecast is promising. I'll talk to Farmer Brent, arrange posters, and handle publicity. You're a loss to PR, Mrs. Raisin. What's next for the murders? Mrs. Bloxby asked. I'll keep digging, Agatha said, her resolve hardening. The next morning, Agatha found John's keys inside her door. She pocketed them, thinking Mrs. Essex might have new information. After a breakfast of 2 cigarettes and 2 black coffees, she fed her cats and headed for Dover Rise. Passing John's cottage, she noticed a package protruding from his letterbox. Better pop it inside, she thought thieves would love that. She unlocked his door, placed the package and scattered letters on his desk, and froze as the phone rang. Should she answer? The answering machine clicked on, and a voice purred. John, dear, this is Charlotte Bellinge. Looking forward to dinner tonight. Bring a signed book, would you buy? Agatha sank into a chair, twisting the fake engagement ring on her finger John was investigating. She told herself, but Charlotte's exquisite beauty flashed in her mind. He hadn't mentioned the dinner. Feeling abandoned, she locked up and returned home. What of her old allies? Charles Fraith and Roy Silver. She called Roy's office. He was in New York. Charles's aunt said he was in Paris. Agatha squared her shoulders, her mouth set in a grim line. She'd solve this case alone and show John Armitage she didn't need him. Chapter 7, A Deadly Discovery. The morning air was crisp as Agatha Raisin set out for Dover Rise. her mind a tangle of determination and doubt. She'd convinced herself that Mrs. Essex, Miss Jellop's sister, would likely have returned to Stoke-on-Trent by now, but the faint hope of gleaning new information about the murders spurred her forward. Her breakfast of 2 cigarettes and 2 cups of black coffee had done little to settle her nerves, and the memory of John Armitage's dinner plans with the exquisite Charlotte Bellinge gnawed at her. She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the case. Agatha's tenacity, even in the face of personal slights, is what makes her such a compelling sleuth. She's flawed, stubborn, and utterly relentless. At Miss Jellop's cottage, Agatha was surprised when Mrs. Essex herself answered the door, her protruding eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh, it's you," she said, her tone neutral but not hostile. "Come in. Maybe you can tell me what to do with this lot." She led Agatha to a door under the stairs, her steps brisk. "They're in the cellar." Agatha's imagination flared as she ducked through the low doorway and descended the shallow stone steps. Had Mrs. Essex uncovered something gruesome, a hidden clue to her sister's murder? The cellar was small and dimly lit, its walls lined with metal wine racks stacked with dusty bottles. Agatha blinked, her tension easing. "I wouldn't have thought your sister was a wine collector," she said, peering at the greenish glass. "If you mean fine wines, forget it," Mrs. Essex said, plucking a bottle from the nearest rack. A faded label read, "Jellop's Brew," in spidery handwriting. "This lot's homemade. Is it any good?" Agatha asked. Her curiosity piqued. "I never touch alcohol, so I wouldn't know." Mrs. Essex said. Agatha's mind leapt to the upcoming duck races, a charity event she'd proposed to Mrs. Bloxby. A bit of alcohol could loosen wallets, and homemade wine wouldn't be deemed sinful in Carsely's conservative circles. "If it tastes all right, I could take the lot for a church fete," she said. "But all of it?" "Yes," Mrs. Essex said. "If it's for the church, you can have it. I could turn this cellar into a proper kitchen. The one upstairs is a cupboard. Try some first?" She handed Agatha the bottle. "We'll take this upstairs, and I'll get a glass." Agatha followed, reflecting that it was early for alcohol, but homemade wine was likely mild. The living room smelled damp and musty, its bare walls and sparse furniture a testament to Ruby Jellop's frugality. "Ruby was too mean to install central heating," Mrs. Essex said, as if reading Agatha's thoughts. "Have a seat, I'll fetch a glass." At least she's being friendly. Agatha thought, I might learn something. Mrs. Essex returned with a corkscrew and a glass drawing, the cork with a practiced hand. She poured a golden liquid, and Agatha sniffed it cautiously. It smelled sweet, not her usual preference, but she took a sip. The wine was surprisingly smooth, sliding down her throat and sending a warm glow through her veins. It was like sipping summer itself, and she took another sip, savoring the sensation. "Have you found anything relevant to my sister's murder?" Mrs. Essex asked, settling opposite her. "Nothing," Agatha admitted, taking another gulp. "All I can think is that Tristan told her something about someone, and that someone learned she knew and silenced her." Would Ruby keep that to herself instead of telling the police? Mrs. Essex asked if she knew something she might not have realized its importance. Agatha said. She liked secrets, liked the power they gave her. Ruby wasn't a nice person. She hesitated, then added, "I know she's dead, but..." Mrs. Essex nodded, her expression darkening. "She tormented me growing up. Once she..." Her voice trailed into a litany of Ruby's cruelties, and Agatha listened, refilling her glass. The wine's warmth enveloped her, easing the edges of her anxiety. It was as if the golden light of a Cotswold summer coursed through her, blurring her usual restraint. She barely noticed Mrs. Essex's shift to a question until it pierced her haze. "I beg your pardon," Agatha said dreamily. "How do you pass your time in this village?" Mrs. Essex repeated. "It seems so cut off." "There's the Ladies' Society," Agatha said, her words slightly slurred. "We arrange charity events. Not that I'm the type, mind you." She giggled, the wine loosening her tongue. "Are you married?" Mrs. Essex asked. I was Agatha said, and a dark tide of misery surged. Tears welled as she poured out her heart. James Lacey's betrayal, his pretense of taking holy orders, her struggles in London's cutthroat PR world, her lonely climb from a Birmingham slum. Fat tears streamed down her cheeks, and she barely noticed Mrs. Essex slipping into the kitchen, returning with a steaming mug of coffee and no wine bottle. "Drink that," Mrs. Essex said firmly. "Forgive me, but you're drunk." Shock sobered Agatha slightly. "I'm sorry," she stammered, mortified. "I don't know what came over me, alcohol," Mrs. Essex said dryly. "That stuff's lethal. Do you still want it?" "Yes," Agatha said, clutching the coffee mug. "I'll get John Fletcher at the pub to collect it. We'll store it in the church hall. Mrs. Bloxby will know where I'd better go." She rose unsteadily. Mrs. Essex scribbled on a paper and handed it to her. "My number, call when they're coming for the wine?" "Sorry," Agatha mumbled again, her face burning. "It's all right," Mrs. Essex said. "Go home and sleep it off." Agatha hoped the fresh air would clear her head, but her legs wobbled alarmingly, forcing her to walk slowly. By the time she reached her cottage, exhaustion overwhelmed her. She'd lie on the sofa until her head cleared. She decided collapsing onto the cushions. Her cats, Hodge and Boswell, leapt onto her stomach, their gleaming eyes peering down. She drifted into a heavy sleep, the room fading to darkness. When she awoke, the cottage was pitch black, and her cats mewed crossly. Demanding dinner, Agatha stumbled to the light switch, squinting at her watch. 8 o'clock in the evening. "What time is it?" she muttered, disoriented. She hurried to the kitchen opening, cans of cat food to appease Hodge and Boswell, who devoured it with indignant glares. Brewing a strong coffee, she sat at the kitchen table and lit a cigarette, the first puff triggering a flood of humiliating memories. She'd spilled her life story to Mrs. Essex after 2 glasses of wine. Her face flushed crimson, and she groaned, the shame almost physical. What was in that wine? It had seemed perfect for the duck races, but now she questioned its potency. She dialed the vicarage, and Mrs. Bloxby's calm voice answered. Agatha recounted her visit, wincing as she admitted, "I gave Mrs. Essex my life story after a couple of glasses. I feel such a fool." "It's heady stuff," Mrs. Bloxby said. "Do you think it's safe to serve?" "It's for a good cause," Agatha said. "We'll sell it in small glasses. Warn everyone, it's strong." There was a pause, then Mrs. Bloxby said, "If it loosened your tongue so effectively, it might have done the same to Tristan Delon's." Agatha's mind sharpened. He might have been blackmailing someone we don't know about. John was going to see Peggy Slither, but he's in London. I'll try her myself. "I'll arrange for John Fletcher to pick up the wine tomorrow," Mrs. Bloxby said. "Store it in the church hall. I'll leave it open. We could use a proper hall. This one's too small. Maybe the duck races could fund a new one." "Tempting, but save the children comes first," Agatha said. "Any excuse to talk to Peggy Slither. Invite the Anscombe Ladies' Society to join the duck races." Mrs. Bloxby suggested Mrs. Green. "Their chairwoman is ill, and Peggy's the secretary. Call as my emissary to propose a collaboration." "Excellent," Agatha said. "I'll phone John Fletcher to arrange the wine pickup. Maybe mix it with fruit juice for a punch safer." After hanging up, Agatha microwaved a frozen shepherd's pie, poking at the bland mess. She never found it odd that she'd cook for her cats, but settle for microwave meals herself. The Sunday supplements brimmed with exotic recipes, and everyone who was anyone cooked gourmet dishes, but planning meals for one felt futile. As she ate, she thought of John likely charming Charlotte Bellinge over dinner. "It's just as well I'm not in love with him," she muttered. But her cats, sensing her distress, slunk into the bedroom and leapt onto the bed, a rare gesture of comfort. Agatha's loneliness is palpable here, and Beaton captures it with a deft touch, blending humor with heartache. The next morning, Agatha drove to Anscombe, dreading her visit to Peggy Slither. She wished she'd waited for John, who'd promised to tackle Peggy himself. The woman's garish bungalow loomed ahead, its garden littered with plaster gnomes. Peggy was stooped over a flower bed, planting winter pansies, her expression souring as she spotted Agatha. "Hi," Agatha called, aiming for friendliness. "Why do British people say hi like Americans?" Peggy snapped. "I blame television." "Good day to you, and how do you do?" Agatha retorted acidly, forgetting her plan to be nice. Peggy's abrasiveness is infuriating, yet it's a perfect foil for Agatha's sharp wit. Their clashes spark with energy. "Say what you want." Peggy demanded Agatha outline the duck races, proposing Ancombe join. Carsely, Peggy's eyes gleamed with authority. "I'll decide Mrs. Green should never have been chairwoman. Come inside to discuss dates." The living room's lurid decor pink. Shag carpet peeing cherub statue assaulted Agatha's senses. She suggested October 23rd, a Saturday. "If it rains?" Peggy asked. "I'll arrange a marquee for refreshments," Agatha said. "The races will go on regardless." "Will Farmer?" "Bren allow it?" Peggy asked. "I'll see him," Agatha said. "I met him at the pub. Seems friendly. Mrs. Essex is contributing homemade wine." "She's living in her sister's house already," Peggy said, incredulous. Insensitive with her sister just murdered. "She's clearing up," Agatha said. She and her husband plan to use it for weekends. "Did you know Miss Jellop?" "Not well," Peggy said. "Like I know you Carsely women?" Tristan knew her well. "Did he talk about her?" Agatha asked, sensing an opening. "He giggled about the parish's old biddies." Peggy said, "I don't recall anything specific about her." Agatha was certain Peggy was lying. "I'm curious," she said. "There's a murderer loose, you've heard." "I've done this before." "You detecting again?" Peggy's eyes narrowed. "I could do that." "Why should you?" Agatha snapped. "I'd be better at it," Peggy said, her gaze competitive. "I knew Tristan well." "Not well enough to know why he was murdered?" Agatha said, hoping to goad her. "That's what you think," Peggy sneered. "If you can find things out, so can I." "I remember your picture in the papers chasing fame." "I didn't do it for glory," Agatha said stiffly. "The police took credit most times." "So you say?" Peggy jeered. Agatha stood fed up. "The police don't like amateurs interfering. Discreet, are you?" Peggy's braying laugh followed Agatha as she stormed out, kicking a fishing gnome into a pool. "I'll show her," Agatha muttered, sliding into her car. But how? She was at a dead end. Back home, she sat at her computer typing everything she'd learned. The fake engagement ring on her finger flashed distractingly, and she slipped it off, stowing it in a drawer. The doorbell rang, and her heart sank. "Bill Wong time." "We had a chat," he said, stepping inside. "Come in," Agatha said reluctantly. "I'll make coffee instant." "Okay, fine," Bill said, patting her cats as they swarmed him. He gently placed Hodge and Boswell on the floor, and Agatha set 2 mugs of coffee on the table with milk and sugar. "I have cake," she offered. "No cake," Bill said. "Sit down. I see you're not wearing your ring." It flashed while typing. Distracted me. Agatha lied. "What's this about?" "You never let a murder case go?" Bill said. "I'm sure you've been ferreting. Anything you haven't told me?" "You know about Binzer?" Agatha said. "I've asked questions, gotten nowhere. Someone Tristan knew, like Miss Jellop, learned something dangerous." "Unless it's unrelated," Bill said. "Maybe her sister killed her." "Mrs. Essex has an alibi," Agatha said. "I saw Peggy slither this morning. She was friendly with Tristan but won't talk. She's decided to play detective herself." "I'd better see her," Bill said. "If she's holding back, she might tell me. Where's she live?" Agatha gave directions, then added, "We spoke to Mrs. Trump. She was about to give Tristan money saved by his murder." "That's all. Anyone else in the village wealthy enough to attract?" Tristan, Bill asked. "There are some," Agatha said. "People here live modestly, but have savings fearing nursing home fees. Ask Mrs. Bloxby, she might know someone." Where's John Armitage? Bill asked. In London? Agatha said, blushing faintly. She didn't mention Charlotte Bellinge. Pride wouldn't let her admit John was smitten. I need a favor, Bill said. You know my girlfriend Alice still on? Agatha asked. Very much, Bill said, beaming. I haven't taken her to meet my parents yet. I made mistakes before introducing girlfriends too early. But I'd like her to meet my friends. I have the evening off. Can I bring her over? I'd be honored, Agatha said. Dinner. She's vegan, Bill said. Oh dear, Agatha said. I can cope? No need, Bill said. Drinks for an hour? Say 7. Then I'll take her to dinner. Right? Agatha said. After Bill left, she returned to her computer, mulling over Miss Jellop. If she'd learned something dangerous from Tristan, it involved someone local. Mrs. Trump might know more. Agatha decided to walk there too much. Driving meant no exercise. As she trudged uphill, a familiar longing surfaced to let go. Stop chasing men, surrender to age. John, whom she'd thought aloof, was smitten with Charlotte. Could he be investigating? She doubted it. How could a stocky, middle-aged woman compete with a porcelain blonde? Not that I want to, she thought. Blondes have more fun, don't they? She pulled out her mobile and called her hairdresser. They had a cancellation at 3. Mrs. Trump was home unimpressed to see Agatha. If you're here about the murders, I know nothing, she said. I'm here about the duck races. Agatha lied. Could you help duck races? Mrs. Trump's curiosity softened her frown. What are they? Agatha explained, suggesting Mrs. Trump sell her homemade jam at a stall. You needn't donate the proceeds if you don't want, she said. It just adds a country feel. I'd contribute, Mrs. Trump said, inviting her in. Who's making cakes? I'd ask the Ladies' Society. Agatha said, no need, Mrs. Trump said, gesturing to a sofa. I'll bake cakes. Time lies heavy, you know. The Colonel kept me busy. I've made carrot cake. Want some? That'd be nice, Agatha said. Tea, please. As Mrs. Trump retreated to the kitchen, Agatha planned to steer the conversation to Tristan indirectly. The carrot cake was delicious, and she ate 2 slices, justifying the calories with her walk home. They discussed the races, and Agatha mentioned Mrs. Essex's wine donation. Who's Mrs. Essex? Mrs. Trump asked. Miss Jellop's sister Agatha said she's clearing the cottage plans to use it for weekends. Sad, isn't it? The village's community life is draining soon. It'll be a theme park of tourists and weekenders. Few do their bit like you. Mrs. Raisin, Mrs. Trump said, I'm sorry. I was cross before Tristan's murder upset me. He made me feel good about myself. It's hard to feel good without relying on others. I wondered about his death, Agatha said carefully. He was so attractive, maybe a crime of passion. I think it was about money, Mrs. Trump said. After you left him that last night, something made him want to run. Anyone mention a stranger in the village? Agatha asked. I only talk to people at church or the shop, Mrs. Trump said. They're mystified. If you think of anything, let me know. Agatha shifted to village matters, then left hurrying home to check her drinks for Bill's visit. She ate a microwave lasagna, then drove to Evesham, debating her blonde ambition. At the hairdresser's, she wavered but went through with it, emerging with honey blonde hair. In her bathroom's magnifying mirror, she barely recognized herself. A plain black georgette dress slimmed her figure, and she added beige eyeshadow liner and mascara. The doorbell rang as she finished. You've gone blonde, Bill said, goggling. This is Alice. Come in, Agatha said, leading them to the sitting room. She heard Alice mutter, Who said she was old and Bill's quiet? I said older than me. Agatha crossed to the drinks trolley. What'll you have, rum and coke? Alice said. I don't know if I've got coke. Agatha said sherry. That'll do, Alice said tonic. Water, Bill said. Agatha poured, handing out drinks and sitting opposite Alice and Bill on the sofa. Alice had curly brown hair, wide eyes and a pugnacious jaw. Her generous bosom offset by a thick waist and chubby legs. "Known Bill long?" she asked, clutching his hand. "Since I moved here," Agatha said. "He was my first friend." "Seems odd," Alice said, sipping her sherry and wrinkling her nose. "I like cream sherry." "I don't have that," Agatha said. "Something else. Put this in a bigger glass with tonic," Alice said. Agatha complied, bristling. "What's odd?" she asked, "Bill being young and you old?" Alice said bluntly. "We weren't having an affair," Agatha said acidly. Found out more about the case, Bill asked, desperate to shift topics. Why had Agatha gone blonde and worn a slinky dress tonight? Agatha shook her head, mentioning the duck races. Alice's harsh laugh grated kid stuff. "I won't be nasty for Bill's sake," Agatha vowed, but said lightly, "It'll be amusing, I assure you." "How's working at the bank, Alice?" "It's all right," Alice said. "Some customers think the bank's a bottomless pit. They complain the machine won't give money. I tell them they're wasting my time if it says no, it's no." She laughed, and Bill smiled fondly. "How can he like her?" Agatha marveled. Alice stood. "Can I use the little girl's room?" "Top of the stairs," Agatha said. When she'd gone, Bill grinned. "I'm enjoying this." "Why?" Agatha demanded. "Alice is jealous," Bill said. "You chose tonight to become a blonde bombshell? I should find it flattering, but this is awkward." "Are you keen on her? I think she's the one," Bill said. "You're a saint," Agatha muttered, biting back her true thoughts as Alice returned. Agatha discussed the case with Bill, avoiding Alice's gaze. As they left, Agatha said, "Give my regards to your parents." Alice spun around. "I've never met your parents." "I'd like to." "You shall?" Bill said. "Thanks, Agatha." Agatha slammed the door. Certain Bill's formidable mother would dispatch Alice. She sighed at her reflection. The blonde hair wouldn't do. John might think she was competing with Charlotte. She resolved to dye it back. She'd silenced the phone for Bill's visit. Restoring the ringer, she found a message from Peggy Slither. "I'm streets ahead of you." "You'll never guess what I found out. I'm checking facts, then going to the police, Agatha." Saved it skeptical. Peggy's probably bluffing, she thought. She called Mrs. Bloxby, recounting the visit and message. "I don't like this," Mrs. Bloxby said. "Remember when Miss Jellop called me? Could Peggy be in danger?" "She knew Tristan well," Agatha said. "I'll phone her." She dialed Peggy's number, engaged. Agatha rummaged in the freezer for a steak and kidney pudding, her cats weaving around her ankles. "You've been fed twice," she grumbled, defrosting the meal. She tried Peggy again, still engaged. After eating the bland pudding, she dialed once more with no luck. "I'll drive over," she decided. She changed into a sweater, slacks, and flat shoes, tying a scarf over her garish hair. The night was blustery, the lilac tree at her gate swaying, scattering leaves down the lane. A tiny moon darted through clouds. Glancing at John's dark cottage, she wished for his company. The road to Ancombe was quiet, with only 2 cars and a scarf-wrapped rambler passing by. At Peggy's cottage, lights blazed and the village people's YMCA blared. Relief washed over Agatha. Peggy was entertaining. Still, she'd come this far. She might coax Peggy to brag about her discovery. Plaster gnomes leered from the shrubbery as she approached the slightly ajar door. She stepped into the hall, the music deafening. No voices, fear prickled her spine. She pushed open the living room door, reeling at the noise. Crossing to the stereo, she switched it off. The silence broken only by the wind's whistle, and the peeing statue was more terrifying than the music. "Peggy," Agatha croaked, then shouted, "Peggy?" She eyed the phone, a kitschy shoe shape, urging herself to call the police. But something drove her across the hall to the kitchen door. Fumbling for the light switch, she flicked it on. Fluorescent light blazed, revealing horror. Blood splattered the white walls and floor, pooling around Peggy Slither's savagely cut body by the back door. Agatha whimpered, hand to mouth. Forcing herself to kneel, she felt for a pulse. Nothing. She scrambled to the living room, seized the phone and dialed the police, then stumbled outside, leaning against the cold cottage wall, her breath ragged. The brutality of Peggy's murder hits like a gut punch. Beaton doesn't shy away from the darkness lurking beneath Carsely's quaint facade, and Agatha's horror is all too real. Chapter 8. Shadows of Fear. Carsely was a village transformed, its quaint charm shattered by the brutal murder of Peggy Slither. For 2 weeks, it lay under siege, overrun by a relentless swarm of press and morbid sightseers. Reporters clogged the lanes, their cameras flashing like vultures circling carrion, while tourists trampled gardens, discarding soda cans and sandwich wrappers in their quest for a glimpse of tragedy. The Red Lion's till rang with profit. But even John Fletcher, the landlord, grew weary of the chaos. The invasion stripped Carsely of its peace, turning its cobblestone streets into a stage for gawkers. Beaton captures the violation of a small community, perfectly showing how external scrutiny amplifies internal wounds. Only a bout of rough weather, blustery winds, and lashing rain finally drove the sightseers away, leaving behind a litter-strewn village. A Balkan uprising erupting in the news drew the press back to London, their hunger for headlines sated elsewhere. The Ladies' Society, with their characteristic resolve, swept through the streets, bagging rubbish with quiet determination, restoring order where they could. Agatha Raisin, too, sought restoration. The day after finding Peggy's bloodied body, she'd marched to her Evesham hairdresser, demanding her brunette locks back. The blonde experiment, a fleeting bid to rival Charlotte Bellinge's porcelain allure, had left her feeling like an imposter, and John Armitage's likely amusement at her efforts stung her pride. After signing her statement at Merchester Police Headquarters, she returned to a village gripped by fear, its residents whispering behind locked doors. The police, relentless in their pursuit, canvassed Carsely and neighboring Ancombe, knocking on doors to repeat questions that yielded no answers. The murder weapon, a knife given the savage wounds on Peggy's body, remained elusive. Deepening the mystery, Agatha had expected John, who'd rushed back from London upon hearing of the murder, to be a constant presence dissecting clues over coffee in her cozy kitchen. But he was distant, claiming a backlog of writing his visits. Brief and distracted, she sensed he was avoiding her, perhaps entangled with Charlotte, or rattled by the escalating violence. His absence left a void, though she'd never admit it. Agatha's loneliness is a quiet undercurrent here, her bravado masking a growing vulnerability. Fear had silenced Agatha's sleuthing instincts, though she refused to confess it. Agatha Raisin, frightened. Preposterous, yet 3 murders. Tristan Delon, Ruby Jellop, and now Peggy Slither, pointed to a madman too dangerous for an amateur. She convinced herself the police were better equipped, but the truth was stark. She was scared, her appetite dwindled, her sleep fractured by every creak of the cottage. She'd lost weight, her once robust frame now gaunt, her bear-like eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Mrs. Bloxby, usually her ally in investigations, had ceased urging her to find the killer. "It's not safe, Mrs. Raisin," she said, her gentle voice firm. "What if this murderer thinks you know something?" The warning sank deep, fueling Agatha's unease. The thought of being a target chilled her, paralyzing her usual tenacity. One gray morning, with the press finally gone, John appeared at her cottage. His brow furrowed. "Are you eating?" he asked, studying her as if seeing her properly for the first time since his return. "You look haggard." Agatha glared, stung despite her nerves. She'd been pleased with her slimmer figure, a byproduct of anxiety. "I did find a body," she snapped. "What about you, John? What have you been doing?" He sat at her kitchen table, his confidence subdued. "Writing, as I said, catching up." "You've said nothing about London." She pressed her tone sharp. "How was your trip?" "Nothing to tell?" he said, avoiding her eyes. "Saw my publisher, my agent, some friends." "And you had dinner with Charlotte Bellinge?" Agatha said, unable to resist. How was that? John's cheeks flushed. How'd you know a parcel was in your letterbox? She said. I put it inside and heard her voice on your answering machine. I thought there might be a lead, he said defensively. But there was nothing. I visited the New Cross vicar again, but he was busy and slammed the door. Don't you find that suspicious? Agatha asked, her curiosity flickering despite herself. Not really, John said. He's likely guilty about lying about Binzer. Anyway, Peggy Slither thought she'd found something. Did you see anything odd that night? Strange men cars. Agatha frowned, retracing her drive to Ancombe. 2 cars passed me heading away, but it was dark. I didn't note make or color. Then a memory struck. The Rambler, she exclaimed. I forgot about him. What Rambler? John leaned forward, eager. I saw him on the road, she said, her voice quickening. The shock of Peggy's body drove it from my mind. What was he like? John asked. A glimpse, she said. Dark woolly hat, scarf over his lower face. Anorak backpack, dark trousers. The scarf seemed normal. It was windy, a scarf over his face. And you didn't find that suspicious? John said, incredulous. It was freezing, she protested. God, I must tell the police. They'll think me an idiot. The doorbell rang, and John gestured for her to answer. Probably a lingering reporter. Remember when you courted the press? Agatha opened the door to Bill Wong, his raincoat dripping. Here's the police, she called, leading him to the kitchen. Why do you need them? Bill asked, shrugging off his coat. I remembered something Agatha said, explaining the Rambler. Bill's exasperation was sharp. Why didn't you mention this before? He pulled out a notebook. I'm off duty, but get paper. Agatha fetched a sheet, and Bill scribbled as she described the Rambler. The murderer was lucky, he said, sighing. Wilkes will be furious. If you'd told us that night, we could have set roadblocks, searched the countryside. He stood donning his coat. We'll issue a bulletin for him to come forward. John spoke up. Where was Alf Bloxby the night of the murder? Bill glanced uneasily at the vicar's name on his rounds. We verified most visits, but there's an hour unaccounted for. Mrs. Bloxby didn't mention that, Agatha said, worry tightening her chest. He says he was walking, Bill said. Tristan's murder upset him, and he needed to clear his head. Sounds reasonable, Agatha said, though doubt lingered. Why'd you call? She asked Bill at the door. Social visit. How's Alice? She's fine, Bill said, smiling. Took her to my parents. They loved her. Oh dear, Agatha thought, imagining his mother's approval. She returned to the kitchen, rounding on John. Why ask about Alf? I've been thinking, John said. We adore Mrs. Bloxby, but we don't know Alf. Her goodness doesn't clear him. Rubbish, Agatha said. Mrs. Bloxby wouldn't stay married to a murderer? She might not know, John countered. Did she mention Alf's unaccounted hour? He accounted for it. His word. No witnesses, Agatha admitted. Let's see her. If it'll ease your mind, she said, annoyed. You're not wearing your ring. I forgot, she said. Should I wear it? Keep the pretense for others not. Mrs. Bloxby, John said. Agatha retrieved the ring, slipping it on. It hung loose. Her fingers had thinned as they walked to the vicarage. Leaves swirled in the wind, and Carsely felt sinister. Its charm tainted. Agatha craved a cigarette, recalling when street smoking was taboo. Now it was one of few refuges outside her cottage. Beaton's nod to shifting norms grounds the story in a relatable, evolving world. Mrs. Bloxby opened the door, her face weary. Come in quietly, she whispered. Alf's resting. In the sitting room, Agatha and Mrs. Bloxby studied each other. Agatha's gauntness was stark, and Mrs. Bloxby's eyes held a haunted glint. They'd barely spoken since the murder. A distance between them, Agatha recounted the Rambler, and Mrs. Bloxby clasped her hands. If only you'd remembered earlier. Mrs. Raisin, they're issuing a bulletin, John said. If he's innocent, he'll come forward. I've thought about ramblers, Agatha said. One alone at night stands out. Not groups, Mrs. Blocksby said sharply, but one. Yes, I know. Agatha mourned Peggy's murder, erased it. Bill mentioned an hour. Alf can't account for, John said. Mrs. Blocksby's eyes flashed. Most have unaccounted hours. It's unlucky. Alf's was that night. This is wearing him down, and I don't need your suspicions, Mr. Armitage. I didn't, John began. You did? She cut in, turning to Agatha. I thought you'd stopped investigating. I have, Agatha said, cursing John. This killer's dangerous. I'm leaving it to the police. Good, Mrs. Blocksby said. I have things to do. They left Agatha furious. I shouldn't have gone, she hissed. Miss Blocksby's my best friend. Never mind. John said, it's lunchtime and you're a ghost. Let's hit the pub. Agatha nearly refused, but solitude scared her. Fine, she said grudgingly. At the Red Lion, they ordered shepherd's pie, the comfort food soothing her nerves. The pub was quiet. Regulars subdued the murders, poisoning the air. Agatha ate her entire plate, resolving to cook properly. No more microwaves. She studied John, his silence about London nagging. You're quiet about Charlotte Bellinge, she said. If I had case-related news, I'd share, he said. You didn't visit her for the case. You're smitten. She's attractive, he admitted. But I'm not smitten. She rejected you, Agatha teased. Don't be cheeky, John said. We're only pretending to be engaged. You can't pry? The truth stung, and Agatha shifted topics. Mrs. Essex and Mrs. Trump. Nothing there except the wine, John said. Tell me, Agatha described the wine's potent effect. Miss Jellop might have given some to Tristan, loosening his tongue. Could be, John said. She's dead now, we'll never know. Mrs. Trump's baking for the races. Let's check on her. They drove to Mrs. Trump's barn, Agatha's mood darkening. Her obsession with James Lacey, marrying him, losing him, had fueled her, but he'd never return. Carsely felt sinister. Her fake engagement, a hollow charade. Bill, once a kindred spirit in rejection, had found Alice, who'd won his parents' approval. Oh, what's wrong? John asked, sensing her gloom. Headache, she lied. I'm fine. Mrs. Trump's door was open, but no one answered the bell. Odd, John said. She's here, Agatha called out, stepping inside. Rooks, cawed wind howling. In the kitchen she screamed. Mrs. Trump lay on the floor, eyes closed, hands on her breast. Check if she's alive, John said, dialing the police. Mrs. Trump's eyes opened. It's my meditation hour, she said crossly. Standing. I hoped you'd leave. She smoothed her skirt. What do you want? Agatha sat, heart racing. Can you handle the cake baking for the races? Of course, Mrs. Trump said. I'd have said if I couldn't. Arrangements I'm seeing. Farmer Brent? Agatha said. 3 weeks left. Terrible about Peggy Slither. John said, her ex-husband. Maybe angry about the divorce? Did you know her? Agatha asked. Tristan took me to meet her once, Mrs. Trump said, sniffing vulgar woman rude to. To me, Tristan swore he'd cut ties, no contact since. Agatha pressed. Why would I? Mrs. Trump said, we had nothing in common? Get Brent's permission. They left Agatha intrigued. She's hiding something, she said. Her study door was open. Letters. A computer. I want to see them. Why would Tristan write her? John asked. Same village. Maybe she wrote about him, Agatha said. Or emails. How would you look? John said. No one leaves doors open now. At night, Agatha said. You'd break in, John said, incredulous. If caught? It's hell at Brent's farm. The tall farmer offered tea. Agatha explained the races, citing a past Boy Scout event. It's yours. Brent said. I'll move the cattle October 23rd. I stay out of the village that Curate brought evil. You knew Tristan? Agatha asked. My wife Gladys liked him, Brent said. I'd find them laughing, her tarted up. She wanted to invest with him. I saw Slime told him to stay away, or I'd set the dogs on him. Gladys cried, thought he fancied her. She's fine looking, but 50. He didn't fool you. Mrs. Raisin, Brent asked. You dined with him the night he died. He suggested investing, Agatha said, but I refused. You're engaged, I hear, Brent said, smiling. Church wedding. Yes, Agatha said, avoiding John's gaze. Did you threaten to kill Tristan? John asked. Told him off, Brent said, unfazed. Not my way to kill? I found Peggy and saw a rambler, Agatha said. Anyone odd around? Not on murder days, Brent said. Sellers, collectors, ramblers. Police checked everyone. His voice hardened. This killer's dangerous. Mrs. Raisin. Sit this out. Don't get hurt. Sounds like a threat, John said as they drove off. Straightforward, man, Agatha countered. I'll focus on the races. I'll be at Mrs. Bloxby's. She spent the afternoon with Mrs. Bloxby, arranging a marquee and contacting papers for ads, her PR skills shining. She sent releases to national outlets, billing Carsely as recovering from its murder village stigma. That evening, her thoughts turned to Mrs. Trump's desk. No one left doors unlocked after 3 murders, but country folk hid keys in gutters or flower pots. Depression loomed, and action was her shield. She set her alarm for 2 a.m., but restlessness kept her awake until 12:30. The alarm woke her groggy. Dressed in dark clothes, she walked to Mrs. Trump's, grateful for no dog. The gutter was too high. No key under a doormat or pot. Frustrated, she circled the house, spotting the study window. Breaking glass risked noise at the back. A coal-dusted trapdoor beckoned. She opened it, revealing glittering coal. Slipping in, she slid down the heap, losing her torch as she crashed to the cellar floor, bruised. Moonlight from the trapdoor guided her to stairs, but footsteps thundered above. A key turned in the cellar door, and the front door opened. Trump's voice rang. Got you, wait for the police? The trapdoor slammed, bolted. Agatha scrambled to a corner with suitcases, finding her torch. Hiding was her only hope. The beam lit a rusty suit of armor, a light replica. In panic, she donned it, fastening straps, slipping on gauntlets and lowering the visor. She shuffled to the corner, trembling. Sirens wailed and Mrs. Trump shouted, He's in the cellar. The cellar door opened, light flooding in. Bill Wong Wilkes and 4 officers searched, raking coal, overturning boxes. Dust choked the air, and Agatha prayed she wouldn't sneeze. Bill approached, raising the visor. Her terrified eyes met his. He slammed it down, calling, Nothing here. Wilkes grumbled about hysteria, suggesting Mrs. Trump left the trapdoor open. The coal shifting alone, Agatha shed the armor, creeping upstairs. The cellar door was unlocked. She tiptoed through a laundry room, unlocking the front door, hoping Mrs. Trump would think she'd forgotten to lock it. She hurried home, sobbing with relief in Lilac Lane. What were you playing at? Bill's voice hissed. Agatha screamed, facing him. Bill? I'm sorry, inside, he said. In the kitchen, her coal-dusted face was pitiful. Clean up, Bill said. She wiped her face, sitting shakily. Thank you for not betraying me. I should have, he said grimly. This could cost my job. Lucky Mrs. Trump thinks the coalman left the trapdoor open, and rats shifted the coal. What were you doing? Agatha confessed her plan to check Mrs. Trump's desk and computer. Listen, Bill said, if I catch you doing this again, I'll arrest you. And our friendship ends. I risked my job, Agatha. Leave this case alone. If you hear anything relevant, tell me immediately. I'm getting sleep. The Rambler turned up, a computer nerd rambling society member. No record, lucky for me, Agatha said. If no one had. My memory would have cost us the killer." "Why?" Mrs. Trumpbill asked. "Something you're not saying. She took me to meet Peggy once," Agatha said. "Something's off. When her husband had a stroke, she watched him die before calling help. Gleeful he was gone. That's all," Bill said. "Sounds thin." "Leave it alone, okay," Agatha said wearily. At the door, she said, "Regards to Alice." His face lit up. "Thanks." Agatha locked the door, set the alarm, and showered off the coal dust. Exhausted, she felt relieved to abandon the case. The next day, she collected 200 enlarged flyers for the races, posting them in Carsely and nearby villages. Returning home, John called, arriving minutes later. "We've neglected the London end," he said. "Who beat Tristan in New Cross?" "Forget it," Agatha said. "I was warned off. The Rambler was legit a citizen." "Why warned off?" John asked. Agatha recounted her break-in, and John laughed until tears streamed. "You idiot," he said. "Thank goodness you didn't drag me in. I haven't been warned off." "The warning applies to you," Agatha said. "I'm done. I've never been so stuck. I'll make the races a success for Mrs. Bloxby, then find something safe to do." "Like what?" John asked. "I'll figure it out," she said. "I'll go to London," John said. "Want to come?" Agatha shook her head. "I've given up." Chapter 10. A Deadly Hunch. Agatha Raisin bolted from her cottage, the chill night air biting through her thin nightgown as she fled down Lilac Lane to John Armitage's door. Her heart pounded not from the cold, but from a sudden, electrifying realization that had jolted her awake. She rang the bell, then hammered the door with both fists, urgency overriding decorum. "I'm coming?" John's irritated voice called from within, muffled by the oak. The door swung open, and he stared at her bare-chested in blue silk pajama trousers, his muscled frame catching the moonlight. "Agatha? This is so sudden," he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Don't be silly," Agatha snapped, brushing past him into the living room. "I've got to talk to you." Her voice trembled with excitement, her mind racing with a theory that felt both wild and inevitable. Beaton's knack for blending humor with high stakes shines here. Agatha's disheveled urgency contrasts with John's bemused calm, setting the stage for her audacious leap of logic. John gestured to a chair, his expression shifting to concern. "Sit down. Calm down. Start at the beginning." "Secretaries," Agatha gasped, collapsing onto the sofa. "It's about secretaries." John raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. "I was at the duck races," she began. Words tumbling out, met my old secretary Bunty. She married her boss mad about him. It got me thinking, secretaries can obsess over their bosses. Like Miss Partle, Vincent Binzer's secretary, John frowned. "Trying to follow Miss Partle, Vincent's secretary?" "Yes," Agatha leaned forward, eyes blazing. "Remember," she introduced Tristan to Vincent. She was charmed by Tristan enough to arrange the meeting, but her real passion was Vincent. When Tristan conned her out of £10,000, she must have been furious, determined to get it back. Maybe she arranged for him to be beaten up in New Cross to recover the money. John's skepticism was palpable. "That's a stretch." "Agatha, listen," she pressed. "Tristan loved money, craved it. Even after the beating, he tried blackmail. He got something real on Vincent. Something damning. He calls Miss Partle since Vincent's away. She panics, decides to silence him. She phones Tristan after I left the vicarage that night. Maybe reminds him of the beating. He's scared, decides to flee. He goes to the vicarage, not using his key, but through the French windows. She follows quiet, not wanting to strike in the street. She sees him open the church box, stealing cash. It's perfect. She seizes the paper knife and stabs him. Bingo. John rubbed his temples. And Peggy Slither. Miss Jellup. Tristan must have hinted to them about what he had on Vincent. Agatha said, Miss Jellup upset by his death calls. Miss Partle may be probing. Peggy does the same. Miss Partle panics. 2 more murders to cover her tracks. Agatha, think calmly, John said, his voice gentle but firm. It's too improbable you're clutching at straws. I'm going to London tomorrow, she declared undeterred. I'll talk to her, see her reaction. She can't touch me in a busy office. John opened his mouth, then hesitated. He knew Vincent's offices were in a quiet executive suite, not a bustling hub, but he held back, sensing her determination. Unknown to Agatha, he had a dinner date with Charlotte Bellinge the next evening, a detail he had no intention of sharing, knowing it would spark her jealousy. Go back to bed, he said soothingly, as if humoring a child. We'll talk tomorrow. Maybe I won't confront her right away. Agatha mused, pacing. I'll follow her after work, see where she lives, get a sense of who she is. Yes, dear, John said, guiding her to the door. Go home, so? You're not coming? She asked, bristling. I've got a book to finish, he lied, avoiding her gaze. Fine, Agatha huffed. I'll investigate alone. Her plan crystallized. She'd arrive in London after Vincent's office closed tail. Miss Partle and uncover her true character. She donned a familiar disguise, a blonde wig and non-prescription spectacles, hoping it would shield her identity. Tempted to call Bill Wong, she hesitated, recalling John's disbelief. Bill would likely dismiss her theory as fanciful, and she couldn't bear another rejection. Beaton's portrayal of Agatha's stubborn independence is both endearing and reckless, driving her into danger but underscoring her relentless curiosity. At Vincent's offices in Cheapside, Agatha settled into the reception area, blending among the seats filled with clients and staff. Her disguise gave her confidence. No one questioned her presence as she scanned the crowd, waiting for Miss Partle. As evening fell, staff streamed out, receptionists packing up, replaced by security guards. Agatha felt conspicuous, her wig itching, and slipped outside, lurking in the shadows. The cold wind bit through her coat, and she cursed the weight. Finally, Miss Partle emerged, her sturdy figure unmistakable. Agatha sighed with relief, grateful she wore no hat to obscure her face. Keeping a safe distance, Agatha followed Miss Partle to St. Paul's Tube, descending to the Central Line platform. Should she board the same carriage? Her disguise felt secure, so she did, hanging onto a strap in the crowded train, peering through bodies to where Miss Partle stood, reading a newspaper. They traveled west, and at Notting Hill Gate, Miss Partle exited. Agatha dogged her steps along Pembridge Road, her pulse quickening. To her dismay, Miss Partle entered a Turkish restaurant, hungry and bold in her disguise. Agatha followed, taking a table 3 away. The restaurant was quiet, the air thick with spices. Miss Partle read the Evening Standard, oblivious. Agatha ordered a kebab, rice, and wine, her eyes flicking to her quarry. As the restaurant filled, Miss Partle finished, paid, and left. Agatha, caught short by a sudden need to use the restroom, cursed and hurried downstairs. Emerging, she found Miss Partle gone. Paying quickly, she rushed outside, spotting Miss Partle turning into Chepstow Villas. Agatha pursued, pausing at the street's end. Miss Partle's figure moved through pools of lamplight, entering a Victorian house with a holly tree at the gate. Agatha waited, then approached, noting the address in her notebook. She'd learned nothing. Miss Partle had met. No one revealed nothing. Doubt crept in. Her theory felt absurd. She missed John, craving his banter. However infuriating. Exhausted, she decided to return to Carsely, worried about her cats, who loathed the dry food she'd left. Meanwhile, John endured a humiliating evening. He'd arranged to meet Charlotte at a chic King's Road restaurant, hoping for romance. She arrived late, trailed by a handsome young man. "This is Giles," she said breezily. "You don't mind if he joins us, darling?" John, deflated, played host to the silent Giles, who drank heavily and dismissed books as a waste of time. The exorbitant bill stung, and John's hopes of a private moment with Charlotte vanished when she linked arms with Giles and sauntered off, thanking him sweetly. Cursing his folly, John realized he'd rather have joined Agatha's mad goose chase. Charlotte's self-absorption bored him, while Agatha, for all her bossiness, was never dull. Beaton's sharp contrast between Charlotte's shallow glamour and Agatha's vibrant tenacity highlights why John is drawn to her despite their bickering. Back in Carsely, John noticed Agatha's dark cottage. Tomorrow he'd buy steaks from a Merchester butcher and invite her for dinner, a peace offering. Agatha, however, woke with a sniffle, likely from lingering in Cheapside's chill. Her belief in Miss Partl's guilt surged anew, undimmed by John's skepticism. Ignoring his dinner note among her mail, she donned a warm coat and drove to London, parking in Hyde Park's Underground and taking the tube to Notting Hill Gate. The Portobello Road Market buzzed with antique hunters, the air alive with chatter and the scent of street food. Agatha went straight to Miss Partl's house, ringing the bell. No answer. Undeterred, she wandered the market, browsing jewelry and old clothes. Spotting a silver paper knife, she bought it for Alf Bloxby, who'd need a replacement after Tristan's murder. Slipping it into her pocket, she moved through the crowd, past a hurdy-gurdy man with a parrot. When a voice said, "Mrs. Raisin." Agatha spun to face Miss Partle, her heart lurching. "What a surprise," she stammered. "Isn't this market fascinating?" Miss Partle said, smiling. "If you can spot fakes, it's fun." "Coffee, sure," Agatha said, rattled. "Where I live nearby," Miss Partle said. "Come home with me." They walked, chatting about London's changes, but Agatha's mind screamed, "I was mad to suspect this nice woman." At Chepstow Villas, Miss Partle unlocked her door, ushering Agatha into a sitting room of polished antiques and fine paintings, a long space with windows front and back. "Keep your coat on," Miss Partle said, adjusting the thermostat. "It's chilly, but it'll warm up. Come to the kitchen for coffee." "This is a fine house," Agatha said, admiring the sleek kitchen. "You've put work into it. Bought it with an aunt's inheritance when Notting Hill was unfashionable," Miss Partle said. "Preparing coffee? Renovated when I could afford it? Take a seat and tell me why you followed me yesterday in that disguise." Agatha laughed nervously. "You won't believe this. I had a rush of blood to the head." Miss Partle's eyes narrowed. "I spotted you? That ring's distinctive. You should have left it off. Your wig slipped in the restaurant. Brown hair showed I studied you. Placed you outside my house. What were you doing?" "I hope you're not furious," Agatha said, heart sinking. "It started at the duck races." "Duck races?" Miss Partle interrupted, amused. "What's that got to do with me?" Agatha explained. Meeting Bunty, her theory about secretaries in love with their bosses, and her suspicion that Miss Partle killed to protect Vincent. "It sounds fantastic now, talking to you," she admitted. Miss Partle handed her coffee. "I should be angry, but 3 murders must make you grasp at straws. Any police leads?" "I gave them one," Agatha said. "Mrs. Feathers, Tristan's landlady, saw him use a mobile. I told the police he might have got a call that night, spooking him into stealing church money to flee. They're tracing it." A cloud darkened the garden outside where starlings pecked. "You don't see many starlings now," Agatha said, deflecting. "London was full of them. Tell me about these duck races." Miss Partle said, her tone light. Agatha described the plastic ducks and drunken Morris men relaxing. "I didn't realize villages had such fun," Miss Partle said. "What made you poke into murder?" "Curiosity," Agatha said. "I won't stop until I find the killer." "Curiosity killed the cat," Miss Partle said. Her smile tight. "Want to see the house?" "No, I should get back," Agatha said, uneasy. "I've built a wine cellar," Miss Partle said, opening a kitchen door. "Good stuff. Not homemade, choose a bottle." Agatha peered down stone steps, her unease spiking memories of Mrs. Trump's cellar flooding back. "Is there a light switch?" she asked. "Inside the door on the right?" Miss Partle said, stepping behind her. As Agatha fumbled for the switch, a massive blow struck her head. She tumbled down the steps, landing in a heap, pain radiating through her conscious. But dazed, she heard Miss Partle descend, pretending unconsciousness. She felt her wrists and ankles bound. Tape slapped over her mouth. "Interfering, bitch." Miss Partle muttered. I thought that phone was gone. I called from a box nearby. Hope they don't link it. What now? Her footsteps retreated, the cellar door slamming. Beaton's pacing. Here is masterful, turning a casual coffee into a chilling trap with Agatha's instincts, both her salvation and her peril. Agatha lay in terror, her mind paralyzed. Slowly she realized John would notice her absence, tell Bill her suspicions. Her body might be found or not. She remembered the paper knife in her coat pocket. Twisting her bound hands, she inched toward it, her fingers brushing tissue paper. Bit by bit, she eased it out, but the tape around it thwarted her. Tears streamed down her face. Real life wasn't like the movies where heroines deftly freed themselves. Meanwhile, John, carrying groceries in Merchester, was hailed by Bill Wong outside police headquarters. Where's your fiancée? Bill asked. John blinked, then recalled their pretense, Agatha. Probably in London. Any luck with that mobile phone? John asked. A call came to Tristan that night from a Notting Hill call box, Bill said. Pity. John hesitated, then spilled Agatha's theory about Miss Partle, sparked by Bunty at the duck races. She thinks Miss Partle killed to protect Vincent, he said. I hope she's not in trouble? Bill froze. Agatha does silly things, but her instincts are uncanny. Vincent has powerful friends. Unless Miss Partle's tied to Notting Hill, it's far-fetched, John said. I have addresses in the station, Bill said. Let's check. John waited, unease growing. Bill returned grim. Miss Partle lives in Notting Hill. I called Kensington to question her. Come with me. John raced to a post office, found Miss Partle's address in the phone directory, and sped to London, fear for Agatha mounting. In the cellar, Agatha heard the door open. Miss Partle descended, hammer in hand. Time to end you, she said. I'll deal with the body later. She raised the hammer, and Agatha squeezed her eyes shut. The doorbell shrilled. Miss Partle paused, then dropped the hammer beside Agatha, ascending to answer. 2 policemen stood at the door. Miss Partle. Accompany us to Kensington Station? More questions about Tristan Delon's murder. I've answered everything, she protested. Mr. Vincent will be displeased. It won't take long, they said. I'll get my handbag, she said, sensing a chance to deflect. She grabbed it from the kitchen, shutting the front door behind her, unaware it didn't lock. Agatha, hearing voices, banged her feet, making choked noises through her gag. The door slammed, silencing her efforts. At Kensington Station, Miss Partle grew confident, sensing the police's unease. Vincent's influence loomed. She'd answer Merchester's questions, return home and dispose of Agatha. If they'd been seen at the market, she'd claim Agatha left. No body, no proof. Bill and Wilkes sped to London, sirens blaring. If Agatha's at her house, we need to check. Bill urged, call at the door. Ask neighbors? It'll take a minute, Wilkes grumbled. Vincent's lawyers will swarm us. Agatha's always meddling. She's blundered onto truth before. Bill said, if this is nothing, I'll charge her with interference in the cellar. Agatha rolled, groaning, her fingers numb from ropes. Couldn't tear the tape off the knife. Despair sank in. John, caught in a traffic jam, saw a police car pass. Bill's face visible, dread hit him. Agatha had made a terrible mistake. At Miss Partle's house, Bill and Wilkes knocked next door. A young mother, children clinging to her, shook her head at Agatha's description. Ask Mrs. Wordle across the street, she said. She sees everything. Mrs. Wordle, frail and leaning on a Zimmer frame, confirmed. I saw a woman like that go in with Miss Partle. Then, Miss Partle was taken by police. The other woman didn't come out. Bill and Wilkes approached Miss Partle's door. No time for a warrant, Wilkes said. Try the handle, Bill urged. The door opened. Responsible policemen checking unlocked premises, Bill said. They stepped into the corridor, hearing a faint bang and moan. You hear that? Bill asked. They followed the sound to the kitchen, spotting an open cellar door. Bill flicked the light switch, revealing Agatha on the floor. Tear-streaked bound Agatha, he cried, ripping off her gag and cutting her ropes with a knife. She was going to kill me. Agatha gasped, staggering as circulation returned. She's coming back. Bill helped her upstairs where Wilkes ordered tea and called Kensington, confirming Miss Partles's detention. At the station, Miss Partles's confidence wavered as two detectives entered, their faces grim. "We'll start when Chief Inspector Wilkes arrives," one said. Her stomach sank. She hadn't locked the door. John arrived as Bill and Wilkes ushered Agatha to their car. "Come with us," Bill said. "Look after your fiancée." She was nearly killed in the car. Agatha recounted her ordeal. "Oh, why'd she attack you?" John asked. "You didn't say you had proof." "I mentioned the mobile phone," Agatha said, and said, "I'd never stop searching for the killer." Her spirit was returning, the old Agatha Raisin. Resurfacing, though she noted John's lack of warmth. "No hugs, no darling. Are you okay?" At the station, John waited while Agatha gave her statement. Bill and Wilkes entered the interview room, Wilkes declaring, "I'm charging you with the attempted murder of Mrs. Agatha Raisin." Miss Partle screamed. Her composure shattered. Chapter 11. The Truth Unraveled. The interview room at Kensington Police Station was stark, its fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows on Miss Partle's pale face. She sat trembling, her once formidable composure shattered into a torrent of screams that echoed down the corridor. Bill Wong, seated across from her, exchanged a weary glance with Detective Chief Inspector Wilkes. For a moment, they feared she'd lost her mind entirely, her words incoherent, her eyes wild with panic. But as the minutes ticked by, she calmed, her voice flattening into a monotone that carried the weight of a lifetime's devotion and betrayal. "I am devoted to my boss," she began, staring at the table. "I did everything for him, more than his wife. I made his coffee, sent his shirts to the laundry, bought gifts for his children, managed his business affairs." Her confession, raw and unfiltered, lays bare the tragedy of unrequited love, a theme Beaton wields with devastating precision. Wilkes interjected occasionally, pinning down times and dates, but Miss Partle's story flowed like a river breaking a dam. One day, a message came from reception. Tristan Delon wanted to see Mr. Binzer about a charitable donation for a boys' club. I told him to submit his request in writing. She paused, her fingers twisting. He must have gotten my description from a receptionist. That evening, as I left, he was waiting. He invited me to dinner. He was charming, made me feel attractive. I knew Mr. Binzer would never love me the way I wanted, a constant ache in my heart. Tristan filled that void briefly. I promised him an interview with my boss. Her voice hardened. Soon Mr. Binzer and Tristan were inseparable, but Tristan still took me out occasionally. Then Mr. Binzer told me Tristan had cheated him out of £10,000. I confronted Tristan at my home, cricket bat in hand, and warned him. It was a taste of what he'd get if he didn't return the money. He did, and I thought it was over. I checked with his vicar. He'd moved to Carsely. Miss Partle's eyes darkened. Then he called months later. Said he and Mr. Binzer had gone to a gay bar that a friend there had photos. He told me to tell Mr. Binzer he'd send them to his wife unless he paid $250,000. I hated Tristan. He'd fooled me, let me think he cared. I thought Mr. Binzer's wife was unworthy, but he'd be devastated if she left. I asked Mr. Binzer if he'd been to a gay bar. He said no, surprised, and I believed him. He never lies. She described her plan with chilling clarity. I went to Carsely disguised as a rambler. I joined a group to map the village, plotting my move. I told Tristan I'd pay the money myself from savings. I watched his cottage, saw Mrs. Raisin leave around midnight. I called him saying I'd visit the next day and shoot him, hoping to scare him away. He sounded frightened. I waited, saw him slip out to the vicarage, entering through the French windows. I followed. He was rifling the church box, moonlight glinting on a paper knife. I seized it and stabbed him, then fled. I parked my car in woods above the village, crossing fields to reach it. Wilkes prompted Miss Jellup. Why, her Tristan told her he'd left photos with Peggy Slither and she knew about it, Miss Partle said. She called from a London phone box, saying she'd go to the police. I offered to explain in person. Got to her first. Then Peggy Slither claimed Tristan told her he had evidence to ruin Mr. Binzer. I searched her house after killing her. No photos. The police found none either. I prayed it was over. Her voice broke. You won't tell Mr. Binzer, will you? I couldn't bear to lose his respect. I'm afraid we must, Wilkes said, and Miss Partle began to sob. Her world collapsing. Beaton's portrayal of her desperation is both pitiable and chilling. A woman undone by her own obsession. For weeks, Agatha Raisin retreated into domesticity, fear taming her usual boldness. Doris Simpson, her cleaner, was on holiday in Spain, leaving Agatha to care for Scrabble, a cat she'd rescued, but who now spurned her, pining for Doris. Scrabble's indifference mirrored Agatha's own sense of disconnection, a quiet ache beneath her bustling routine. She polished her cottage until it gleamed cooked for her cats, and attempted apple jelly from Farmer Brent's windfall apples. The jelly refused to set a runny mess, but Mrs. Bloxby, with her near-magical touch, transformed it into golden perfection. Alf Bloxby visited to thank Agatha for her help. His formal speech clearly rehearsed under his wife's guidance, a moment of warmth that eased Agatha's isolation. John Armitage was scarce. His trips to London, frequent leaving Agatha to wonder if Charlotte Bellinge held his attention. Bill Wong's visit brought news of Miss Partle's descent into madness, triggered by a visit from Binzer. He got her the best lawyer, Bill said, but she kept demanding to see him. Whatever he said sent her over the edge. They had to restrain her. The revelation that no gay bar photos existed. Miss Partle's question to Binzer had been a vague probe deepened the tragedy. Jellup and Slither's deaths were partly your fault. Agatha, Bill added. They were jealous, trying to play detective like you. You should have told me your suspicions, not gone to her house. She seemed so normal at the market, Agatha said. I thought I'd imagined it, but it was the secretary Angle Bunty's obsession with her boss sparked it. I was a secretary once. People think women's lib changed things, but top secretaries still act like wives choosing schools for the boss's kids, listening to their work talk while wives grow bored. Binzer saw Miss Partle as a motherly helper. She lived on romantic dreams. Tristan was a brief escape until he betrayed her, and her passion for Binzer consumed her. Bill's eyes were shrewd. Sounds personal. Just speculation? Agatha said quickly. How's Alice? She's fine, Bill said. After her drunken outburst at the races, she apologized so sincerely. I was touched. You're touched in the head, Agatha snapped. Alice is a cast-iron bitch who wants marriage because no one else would have her. Bill stood yanking on his coat. Just because you've been crossed in love, you see the worst in everyone's romance. You should be ashamed. He stormed out, leaving Agatha miserable. Losing his friendship stung, but apologizing meant endorsing Alice a bitter pill. Restless Agatha walked to the vicarage where Mrs. Bloxby was planting winter pansies. You look upset, she said, brushing soil from her hands. Coffee in the garden. You can smoke. Seated with mugs, Agatha confessed. It's Bill. He's still devoted to Alice, and I told him she's a mistake. You can't interfere, Mrs. Bloxby said. Though I warned you about James, didn't I? I was worried as I am for Bill. Apologize. He's too good a friend to lose. Agatha sighed. I'm tired of blundering into lives. I'll focus on the old folks club, starting with the church hall roof. John Fletcher's selling the wine as a liqueur, Mrs. Bloxby said. Half the price goes to the club. Get it ready by Christmas for a party. No trial for Miss Partle, Agatha said. She's lost her marbles. Mrs. Bloxby smiled. When you were in that cellar, you thought about a will. Leave it to the church. Go to heaven, my husband. You said, Agatha teased. I can't imagine staying single forever. Maybe John Armitage, Mrs. Bloxby suggested. No spark, Agatha said. Do I need one at my age? At any age, Mrs. Blocksby replied. Think about it back home. Agatha fed her cats, noticing John's keys on her counter. She collected his mail, spotting his answering machine. Guiltily, she played the messages, all from Charlotte Bellinge. The first apologized for bringing Giles to dinner, offering to make it up. The second invited John to a party. The third adjusted a pickup time, cooing, "Dying to see you." Agatha's heart sank. No sunset romance with John. She arranged fish for her cats, the cottage's silence oppressive. Dialing Ralph Grinstead, she invited him to dinner, craving company. Delighted, he said. Ralph's easy conversation at the pub warmed her. They planned the old folks club, and he offered chess lessons. Call me Ralph, he said. And Agatha shared the murder saga. Odd, Ralph mused. Miss Partle was so used to discussing everything with Binzer, yet she acted alone. He straightforward, likely saw her as office machinery. Men often miss devotion, Agatha said. I'm glad Alf Blocksby's clear gossip was dangerous. Have you played chess? Ralph asked. Never, Agatha said. Teach me. Their evening ended with a promise of lessons. Agatha feeling lighter. The next day, rain blurred her windows, prompting thoughts of mortality. She began a will recording. This is the last will and testament of Mrs. Agatha Raisin. When the doorbell rang, Vincent Binzer stood there rain-soaked. Come in, Agatha said, wary. What brings you to? Thank you for solving the murders, he said, his tycoon's polish. Unnerving. How did you guess it was Miss Partle? Agatha, eager to brag, detailed her secretary theory, enjoying his attention. Interesting, Binzer said. You're so confident. Are you never wrong? I pride myself. I'm not, Agatha said, then caught his tone. You mean I was wrong? You were right about Miss Partle's adoration, he said, his eyes cold. But I hate interfering busybodies. The rain drummed the room, darkening. Agatha switched on a lamp, feigning ease. At least you don't kill them. A long silence followed, Binzer studying her. You came to tell me something, she said sharply. Yes, he said, voice like ice. You're so smug. Miss Partle didn't commit those murders, I did. Agatha gaped, heart racing. Why? How no one ever outsmarted me. Except Tristan Delon, he said. I married for money, had no real friends. With Tristan, I could be honest. Relax. Then he cheated me. Money was all he wanted. I hated him. I used underworld contacts to have him beaten. Miss Partle told him who ordered it. He returned the money, but he wouldn't stop. He called her, threatening to tell my wife unless I paid. I found he'd gone to Carsely, studied maps dressed as a rambler, hid my car outside the village. I gave him a chance, told Miss Partle to call from a phone box, saying I'd kill him. I hid by the churchyard, saw him enter the vicarage's French windows. He rifled the church box, a fallen angel in the moonlight. I saw the paper knife, stabbed him in a rage, and ran. Agatha's throat tightened. Miss Jellup. Tristan told her about me, Binzer said. She threatened the police. I promised to explain, killed her. Peggy Slither claimed she had photos from a gay bar, lies. She agreed to sell them for $200,000, then snatched them back, vowing to go to the police. I offered tea, slipped a carving knife from her drawer, and struck as she turned. She screamed, but it was too late. Why did Miss Partle take the blame? Agatha croaked. I told her with good behavior. She'd be out in 10 years and I'd marry her, Binzer said. She'd do anything for that dream. Are you going to kill me? Agatha whispered. No, you silly cow, he sneered. You have no proof. Miss Partle's mad. You'll get nothing from her. Without you, she wouldn't be in prison. I couldn't bear you sitting smugly thinking you're a great detective. I'll tell the police, Agatha panted. With what proof? He said. They've got a confession. They won't thank you for reopening the case. I have powerful friends. Goodbye, Mrs. Raisin. He left the door slamming. Agatha collapsed, legs trembling, then saw her tape recorder still running. Rewinding, she heard Binzer's confession clear and damning. Rage surged. She dialed Merchester. Police reporting the true murderer. Wilkes listened, stunned, firing questions about Binzer's car and departure. Hanging up, Agatha considered calling John, but stopped his pursuit of Charlotte a silent rejection. She tried Mrs. Bloxby, but she was out. The doorbell rang. Not the police yet. Knife in hand, Agatha peered through the peephole, relief flooding her at Ralph Crinstead's elderly face. "You'll never guess," she cried, waving the knife. "Careful," Ralph said, eyeing it nervously. "The police are coming," she said, ushering him in. "Brandy?" "Why not?" he said, settling in the sitting room. Halfway through her story, Bill Wong arrived with a detective. Agatha played the tape, wincing at her will's opening, but riveted by Binzer's voice. "We'll get him," Bill said. "We have his registration. He'll be stopped before London. We'll dig into his past. He's ruthless." He turned to Agatha. "Come to Merchester for a full statement." At the station, Agatha endured repeated questioning, signing her statement with relief. Bill's news was grim. The tape might not convict Binzer alone, and Miss Partle's reaction to Binzer's visit suggested he'd manipulated her madness. Later, John visited, listening to Agatha's now tired tale. "They got Binzer?" he asked. "Stopped on the road?" Agatha said. "He's denying it with lawyers. Bill's digging." "I got your ring back. I'm moving to London," John said. "Market's bad, but I'll take what I get. I'll think of you with your old folks club." "Miss Partle might face charges if she recovers," Agatha said. "I'm glad it's over. The tape might not hold up." He wasn't cautioned, not under oath. "He claims it was a joke to deflate my ego." "You should worry," John said. "If he walks, he'll come for you." "He won't," Agatha said, less certain. "I'm no threat." "He was confident." "I don't share your confidence," John said. Leaving, Agatha wanted to ask if he'd miss her, but fear of rejection silenced her. "You'll see. Charlotte Bellinge," she said instead. "That silly woman," John spat. "A bore? I'm glad to return to London's lights. This village in winter is awful." 3 murders were excitement enough, Agatha said. John left, and she sensed his indifference. His kick to a wastebasket, a fleeting proof of frustration. Not care despite her assurances to John, Agatha remained edgy, jumping at shadows. She tried calling Bill, but he was unavailable. Her unapologized remarks about Alice a barrier. A week after Binzer's arrest, Bill appeared at her door. "I'm so sorry about what I said about Alice," she blurted, hugging him. "It's okay," he said, entering to her cat's delight. "Good news, Binzer's sewn up." "How?" Agatha asked. Breathless, "I called the prison psychiatrist." Bill said he suspected Miss Partle was faking madness. Caught her reading intelligently. "I interviewed her," said Binzer, confessed. She dropped the act, crying. Binzer had promised marriage when she was free, but in prison. He said he'd wait until after her release, never leaving his work. She realized he'd lied, still loved him, but hoped only to see him. He'd told her to fake madness to avoid trial. "I said there was no death penalty, and her charges conspiracy and attempted murder would be lighter." She claimed she wouldn't have hit you with the hammer that Binzer told her to scare you. "How'd you get proof?" Agatha asked. "I said." "Binzer told you he never loved her, used her, and wouldn't leave his wife," Bill said. She raged, revealing he'd written a confession to exonerate her. After his death, kept in a Docklands office safe. She spilled about insider trading. Intimidation. Everything. "We raided the safe, found the confession and incriminating accounts." "He's charged." Relief flooded Agatha. "I told John he wouldn't come for me, but I've been jumpy." "John's selling," Bill said. "He's renting in London, sent his stuff." "No engagement," Agatha said. "Not enough there. I gave back the ring." "Did that hurt, Bill?" asked, shrewd. Charlotte. He was a bore, and Alice Agatha ventured. Not good, Bill said. She was rude to Mother, who suggested we live with them after marriage. Alice wanted a bungalow. Said my parents would drive her mad. I couldn't afford it. She went ballistic. Called me a fool for not saving. I ended it. I'm sorry, Agatha said, feeling for Alice's clash with Mrs. Wong. Did Binzer say what he planned for me? He sticks to his story, a joke to scare you, Bill said. Miss Partle, crazed by love, didn't think clearly. He might have planned to dump your body, fake your departure. Take it easy now. Agatha threw herself into the old folks' club, raising funds through an auction and bingo evenings, despite Alf Bloxby's grumbling about gambling. The Christmas Eve opening was a triumph, with the Ladies' Society arranging drivers for the infirm. Ralph Crinstead taught chess, and Agatha, guilty for dodging lessons, noted his eager pupils. By late January, she saw John's cottage sold at the vicarage. Mrs. Bloxby revealed the buyer, Paul Chatterton, a computer expert. Some nerd, Agatha scoffed. I'm done with men. I didn't like how John treated you, Mrs. Bloxby said, blushing at her rare criticism. I wish you'd find someone suitable. No suitable men at my age, Agatha said. God will provide, she added, grinning at the image of a gift-wrapped bachelor. Returning home, she spotted a removal van and a middle-aged man with white hair, a clever face, and sparkling black eyes. Hurrying inside, she booked a hairdresser and beautician. Not that she cared about men, she just couldn't let herself go. Thank you for diving into the delightful and suspenseful world of Agatha Raisin and the Case of the Curious Curate. With us. We hope you've loved every twist, turn, and witty moment as Agatha unraveled the dark secrets of Carsely. If this cozy mystery kept you on the edge of your seat, we'd be thrilled if you'd subscribe to our channel to join our growing community of audiobook enthusiasts. By hitting that notification bell, you'll be the first to catch every new episode filled with more intriguing cases, charming characters, and unexpected surprises. Share your thoughts in the comments below. What was your favorite moment? And don't miss out on the next adventure in Agatha's world or our other captivating stories waiting to be explored. Stay curious, keep sleuthing, and we'll see you in the next gripping tale.